Welcome to our long-term plan deliberations. I'll open us with our council here. Ingoe tātou. Tupu mātou kia kaha mai ngā māngai kua whiriwhiri kia mo te kaunihero te ko tika ki te mahi me te ngāka auaha, me te hakamahi i ngā pūkinga, me te mātauranga i roto i ngā wānanga me ngā hakataunga ki haka tūri ai te tai hapori e mata tika ana. E tūpotahi ana kamatu ka whiki anō i te oranga o ko tātou rohe, hakatawano i ngā take o te rohe I runga I te tika me te pono. We ask that through council discussions and decisions, the representatives we have elected may govern the whānau district with imagination, skill and wisdom to achieve a fairer and more united community that enhances the well-being of our district and solves the district's problems efficiently and effectively. Amen. Just by way of mayoral announcements, today is Mutu Benua in Waimaramataka, which is the last moon in this phase. It's not always a good moon phase, so we'll see how today goes. It is what it is, and I'm looking forward to getting through this. Also, just noting that we do hear Councillor Radic, who is online today with an injury, couldn't get down to Kaipuhi. We also have Councillor Kleskovich, Councillor Kappa, and Chair Rudkin, who are running a little late. Because they're running a little late and today is incredibly important, I am going to adjourn our meeting and we will resume in about half an hour's time. So if we could pause our live stream and I'll We have a full house now, so we'll go straight into item 6 of the agenda, the confirmation of previous minutes by extraordinary council meeting on the 23rd of May, which I'll take with a second.
Yes, again.
Thank you. Did you pick up anything in there? Open to members.
And the, oh, sorry. Sorry, Mr.
Thank you for that. Any other members? All right, we'll make those restrictions, please. We'll get to a vote in favor, say aye. Opposed? Carried. We will go to item 6.1 on page 12. The recommendation is that we approve the capital budget reforecasting of $6.7 million across 3 years for our capital projects. I will just go to Guy staff would like to speak to this before we go on the table.
Right. Well, first, ask Tanya to finish this one.
To take the report as read.
Was there anything you wanted to add to? Or I will move if I could get a second though. Thank you, Deputy Stratford. Deputy Stratford, did you have any questions to this?
Yes, please. I guess I just really want to understand why all these laws are being, but from the report, whole heap of stuff that's being added back in, and what the impact is on carry forwards. Like, is this just a stealthy way to reduce carry forward?
Did you watch the recording of our interview?
Line on trying to carry forward this year.
All right.
So the projects and budgets that have been moved are projects that have not started. Carry forwards are projects that have been started that you need to move the balance of the funds to pay for the commitments that you have made. So moved for projects not started, yes is the answer to your question. And then carry forwards will come based on commitments outstanding as at the 30th of June.
Thank you. And further question, the rating impact wouldn't occur from these until any works were completed.
Correct.
But have the operational impacts of those projects being delivered been costed into year 2 or year 3 of the LTP?
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Other questions?
You there?
Thank you.
You there, mate?
And Councillor McNally, and if you could turn us out there just a little bit. Councillor Radich.
Mayor Walker, we're talking about revised capital works at this moment.
Yeah, item 6.1,
Yeah,
reforecasting of the capital budget.
Yeah. What worries me about all this is that we get all these figures, these financial figures on wastewater, eroding, etc., etc. What I want to know, has the staff done a full breakdown in relation to all these items and the suggested costs that are provided? And the reason why I ask that is because we already just a few weeks ago, virtually decommissioned the Carry Dam. And that was forecast by the Far North District Council under Andy Finch. And I got the email here that it was going to cost $6 million. And then Ventia pushed in and they reckons it was going to be about up to $7 million, etc. And because everything was itemised under project manager Des Mahoney, the complete decommissioning of the dam is now well under $1 million. And now I come back to there's all these capital works, and I tend to wonder, is it just a figure come up and we just put it down, etc., etc., where the tenders put down? For instance, we had the Kaira Airport fencing, 160,000. Was that put up for tender? There's many others. The Kaira Animal Shelter fencing, 160,000. The Lake Hoya Hall, a hall that we should actually give back to the community and say it's all yours, you fix it up, 97,000. Was that put up for tender? And there's, you can say for every blinking item here, whether it's wastewater or roading. So the question I'm asking, was all this itemised?
Thank you. Before we pass over to our head of infrastructure, Chief Executive, just a reminder that in our workshopping with our new head of infrastructure, a lot of the projects we're seeing in the movements was for the very reasons you're raising there, Maddie, that we've never seen business cases, or it's like a number plucked out of the straw, and setting up a new infrastructure group within this council's organisation as a way of making sure that we are counting our pennies correctly and how we're going to spend them. But I'll let the Chief Executive respond accordingly through stuff to your specific question.
I'll take this one. So I think a couple of things to note here. We are going through a process of continuous improvement. So the many line items that have been adjusted since consultation, that is, because we go through a constant review process, and our head of infrastructure has been overseeing that. It's fair to say that these estimated costs for projects, this is not a stealth process on carrying forwards. It is trying to be more realistic about what we can do, because historically we've had a very poor track record of delivering projects, which is why we've had carry forwards. I think historically we've had between 30 to 40% delivery on LTP projects. So we need to get better at that. In terms of Maddie, you raised some good points, and you mentioned the Cody Dam decommissioning. It's a great case in point, and commended Des Mahoney and his team for executing that project so effectively and well within, that's an understatement to say, well within the previous forecast cost of that project, which ranged from something like $11 million. That project is going to come in at under $1 million. So going forward, we are re-engaging a number of the resources in the council, project management office being one of them. We've already put the microscope on our procurement and our processes, and I think we will be delivering more effectively going forward. And a key part of that equation is our new head of infrastructure. Obviously, council has water's back in-house, and we are establishing quite a significant team, which will include an engineering capability, which will give us a lot more knowledge in-house to make us an informed counterparty for engaging in contracts and design work. So I think overall, we are looking forward to better performance and better results in the coming year. And this time next year, that will be quite evident as we go through. budget setting process.
You're there, Michael.
Yes.
Just to say that, yeah, I agree with you, Guy. But the point is, and I'm going to go back to this quote for the Kaira Airport fencing of $200,000. And that's why I asked the question, was that put up for tender? I know that where they're going to do the actual fencing. And honestly, it wouldn't even cost half that. And that's what worries me, where these figures just come up and we just say, yep, okay, we'll pass it and away it goes. And I know in my right mind that figure, for instance, fencing of the Kaira Airport, that one area, if it was put up to tender, it'd be well under 100,000. That's the worry.
Councillor Radich, I think, are you talking about the fencing of the Kaitaia Pound, the dog
No,
pound?
the
The pound is only 160,000. That's another one.
My understanding is that the airport worked contained in a separate grouping, which we're currently negotiating with Te Awhawhiti, the budget for that. So I can't tell you about that. The Kaitaia Pound is $160,000 line item in there.
Yeah.
And, there will be some questions asked around that as to the procurement process, and that's actually being looking for a closer look before that is mandated.
And a reminder that we will track the capital works program through our Te Huia committee governance. We'll go to Councillor McNally.
Thank you. Given that the recommendation is to approve the capital budget reforecasting across the 3 years, I've got some specific questions starting page 17 of the agenda, page 1 of the report. Housing for the elderly district-wide. We're looking to divest that. Over the 3 years, we're going to spend 16.6 million on new works. Same page, maritime facility, boat and parking, Wangatani. So we're agreeing to pay $1.5 million on car parking. I've got more to wait to answer as we go. Roading and footpaths, page 19. If you look at the footpaths, new works, it's broken into the three wards, Grave Island, Spokane, and Tihaku. If you add those up, it's 1.35 million for that. Low risk, low cost, walking and cycling. There's 7.8 million in that line. I thought the GPS, the new government policy statement, was wiping that additional funding. You can look at that. Go to renewal, footpath renewal, once again, broken up on the ward. 900, 600, 900 over the 3 years. 2.5 million new works, renewal footpaths. If we look at just working on road improvements, drainage renewals, for instance, under renewals, that adds up to a bit over 6 million. I just think we've got the numbers a bit wrong, given the state of our network and what the GPS is telling us from central government about walking and cycling, footpaths and cycling. The stormwater improvements, there's some big numbers in there, like the Maori were under new works, stormwater improvements, 3.3 million. How much of that should be going to regional council? Regional council is supposed to look after all things water. If it's pipe work, I can understand it, but there's no breakdown of what we're actually doing. So it comes back to Andy and our CS coming a minute ago with better look at the breakdown of what the work is and how we're doing it. The in various line there, there's the one that jumped out at me was water supply to page 23. It says district-wide water capital improvements or capital works. It's just short of 500,000 annually. Is that just the contingency allowance? It doesn't actually explain, it just says minor capital works. And that line in basically all these different things, which just looks like it's a contingency allowance to me. The IF funding, there's a whole lot of developer contributions there. Is any of that KO developer contribution funding at risk because of delivery milestones not being met? Because that'll have a significant impact if that comes out of the budget. And then on page 25, which is your folio sheet, I've just looked through all that. And one thing could be asked, but what are the carry forwards? What's the total carry forward?
Yeah.
And then what was the capital works rate completion for last year? I think Steve has just mentioned that. So we're not completing the work, we've got a problem, and that normally stops a lot of work going. The moment you carry forward, you stop any new work. So do anyone know the numbers? Or any of those questions? And I'll go back to my first said. We're about to approve the capital budget reforecasting of 6.7 million across the 3 years for capital projects. Recommendation is to approve it. I'll be voting against it.
Chief Executive Board.
Okay, so number of issues there. This is our best guidance on capital works. It's been recently updated since consultations with some changes. In terms of carry forwards, I don't have a number, but and in terms of completion rates, does our head of infrastructure have any data on that?
Through you, Court, we're working on that at the moment to be able to get to the next Tekoko agreed program indicative carry forwards.
And to address your question about IAF funding, milestones and funds at risk, this stage council has approximately $1.5 million spent on IAF projects. That's on feasibility and preliminary design. Those funds potentially are at risk. We're currently working through a process with Kaimawara to update our information. We're working group together to address concerns that Kaimawara have raised. There's two issues there. One is that the sands are shifting somewhat under our feet in terms of government policy with regards to the IAF funding. And the second one is that, yes, we do have milestones that have not been met, and there have been previous efforts to actually amend those agreements to change the milestones. So we're in the process of doing that. A key factor in those milestones is the housing outcomes assessments for both Kaikohe and Kawakawa. And we are once again rallying people to address those issues and taking some firm steps to hopefully change those outcomes. Particularly in Kawakawa, we have issues with housing outcomes assessment.
And if we talk roading and footpaths, I mean, if you look at the GPS and the message that come out of central government, I think basics, the walking and cycling at 7.8 million to me over 3 years just doesn't seem to fit what's been coming out from central government. And we've not got enough in the budget for back to basics and drainage and road maintenance, upgrade, etc. So I just, there's a couple of issues there. And then the only other one was district, the housing for the elderly. Well, that is the best of it.
With regards, Chief Executive Poll, do you have someone from NTA to speak to the roading and footpaths, new works and renewals budgets that we've got in here and how it aligns with what we have put up in our RLTP bid? Because this should just align with what we've seen come through the news. Also, we need to change the name to match what the GPS names of the pots are within our budget lines. Road to Zero no longer exists, and having it written like this will be a trigger for some district. Change the name. I won't say what I wrote down. Is there someone from NTA? Sorry, that was a not a short question. Is there someone who can speak to before we go to the housing for the elderly?
They will tell you that our finance team know.
We don't have an NTA representative.
Why do we not, for the most important day in the 3-year term that we sit here, deliberations, do we not have someone from the Northern Transportation Alliance to speak to what is our biggest budget line in the entire LTP? Irrespective of whatever's going on, why is there no one here to speak to it?
Well, I can't answer that part, but we will go through. Given the decision that has been made by the councils, our plan is to work over the next few weeks through all of the budgets that have been proposed for transportation services, prioritise redirect funds if and where we need to, and then report back through Te Koko on what our program looks like over the next few years. We haven't had the time to get all of that detail together to make any amendments that we need to before today's meeting, but we're definitely working through that.
I expect there to be, because I don't know everything in the world, I expect there to be the technical expertise to be able to respond to questions for our long-term plan deliberations on hand or anything else then. Otherwise, what are we going to do? Make blind decisions for the rest of today? And then Steve's questions just on how we will the hourly budget line. If I can get a response to that before we go to Councillor Court and Councillor Floyd.
With regards to housing for the elderly, we maintain these budgets currently because we don't have a proposed divestment of that portfolio. The previous process and the request for expressions of interest that been through was underinformed, I think is a good word to use. We were not in a position to begin a divestment process when that expressions of interest were invited. We have now got a project manager that is addressing that. We're getting all of the base information that we need, titles, etc., to understand what we can actually do with that portfolio. And then we will essentially restart the process. We've been back to all of the counterparties that came to us with expressions of interest to inform them of what's going on. And I would anticipate in the next 3 months we'll be on solid ground with regards to being able to put together a proposal. But it's highly, there are a lot of caveats on the titles. There are a lot of Public Works Act issues to be gone through with regards to the original acquisition of those properties. So it's not at all a simple process that's going to be undertaken. But we will get on with it. In the meantime, those numbers are in the LTP. They will be adjusted downwards, hopefully, as we find solutions for divestment of those properties.
Councillor Floyd.
I'll start off with my questions about housing for the elderly because, number one, the election members have not been given any information about the titles or any of the statements that you've just made.
Absolutely. What I might suggest is that we leave this item to lie on the table and bring it to the adoption, because it's not going to, it's all capital works, it's not going to affect what our percentage is. It's going to come into effect in year 2. That way the specific questions and queries and concerns we have with this reforecast advise staff further time to be able to respond accordingly. Will the end will do that? No. So I'll move that we leave this to lie.
Can I just raise about that to staff as well? My motion about the removal of funds towards this budget line also included the depreciation funds, which is operational. That would save us an additional more than 0.5% next rise by not doing depreciation because of the resolution for divestment for the last 4 years. And further to that, the KPI of our CEO that directs for divestment, that would save rates. So that's also an OPEX savings to our council by removing the depreciation.
Thank you. Can I get a seconder for that?
Yeah.
Thank you. Any commentary on leaving this to lie until we adopt the long-term plan? We'll put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Abstentions, that is carried.
I'm opposed to things.
Opposed
I'm proposing.
to leaving it to light.
I know. I thought you were talking about the motion. It's all right.
We'll go to item 6.2 on page 26.
Oh, sorry. We were just voting on the amendment, not on the total item. I've got a number of other questions and a number of
We
other.
voted to leave it to lie.
Oh, the whole of the
Yes.
capital work.
6.1, yeah. It's not going to affect the number that staff need right in the rates at adoption, so.
What about additional questions?
Elected members have concerns that either shared or not emailed.
Yes.
We want a position on the date of adoption that is blindsiding the staff.
Yeah, but what happens is we send an email and we don't get the right information. And the only way for us to address those issues is to do it face to face. And if they don't do it, if they don't provide us with the information on the day, then we can't make a decision.
Thank you. I'll chair this meeting, and a reminder that I'm here every single day from 8 o'clock till probably 5 o'clock most days. To drive here, come and see staff, to bring up the chief executive himself. So everybody has equal opportunity to have access, and if you're not getting response from email, when I call a meeting for mayor and councillors to hear what's keeping you up or what issues you need buy-in from me or as the leader of this council, if you're not raising it then and there, then I don't expect it to be raised in the meeting. All right, we go to item 6.2, and there are significant number of recommendations for us to address on this. First one is 1.1. Now, we do have a wording change of missing words there. The recommendation is that council approve option and we need to choose option 1 or 2 for how stormwater is rated across the district. Those options are on page 74 agendas with the breakdown of the responses we received from members of the public. So if I could get a move for this with the option we'd like to move. The options are either the status quo or to change to a targeted rate based on land use and the introduction of a public good rate.
I'm happy to move the second option.
Councillor Thorpe will be, and seconded by Councillor Foy will be moving option 2, which is to change to a targeted rate based on land use and introduce a public good rate for stormwater. Councillor Court, please.
I'm happy to the report speaks for itself. Thank you.
Councillor Foy.
Thank you. No, I support what was proposed, and I think I'd just like to thank the staff for the increase in the number of projects to address stormwater this year. We've never seen that amount of increase. Was actually spending our funds that we've collected for for stormwater rates, and then we had a huge bucket of accumulated funds. So thank you to our infrastructure strategy staff for sorting that. With regard to the targeted rate, this is just the first step. The next step that we've talked about is actually treating stormwater the same as potable water and wastewater, where there's a separate operational and capital rate, just like how wastewater is done in potable water. Done as we get additional asset management information, because stormwater is important. It's really great that we have all of these different projects and all this different infrastructure across our district. But remember that when we're spending those funds, people will always remember when their house goes under in a flood. And if the river is up and the floodgates closed, stormwater and control of that urban stormwater is the only thing that will stop our towns and our buildings and our communities going under. So I'm sure you'll remember Port Cousins stormwater going forward and invest in that appropriately to reflect the increase in flood hazard events and the larger storm and flood events that are now occurring.
Thank you. All right, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Fine.
Those opposed or abstentions? Against Councillor McNally and Councillor Hauka Harawira and Councillor
Against.
Radich. Fine. Then by my calculation, that will be 7-4. So we now go to item 6.2, 1.2.
The council approve option 2.
District-wide. That is on, the options can be found on page 76. Councillor Court has moved that council approve option 2, which is to change the district-wide rates for those connected to or have the ability to connect to water or wastewater services. If I could get a seconder.
Second.
Deputy Mayor Stratford. Councillor Court, I'll pass over to you.
I'm going to read that in long silence before we get there's a bit of a reluctance in the room.
It might be we all trying to find the page to let it sink in, Councillor.
And I understand that. So I did an Excel spreadsheet. I modelled every option. I sent it to everybody in the room, and the staff has done a superior spreadsheet to mine, and I wish to thank them for the work that they did in producing that document. There is no model that does not show up in every experience for someone. We need to acknowledge that. But we also need to acknowledge that compliance costs in treating water are rising. And in our district, which has the second largest number of inmates in the country, with a very low and dispersed rating base, it's always going to mean that these costs are disproportionately felt by some communities. It's going to become apparent as schemes are upgraded, replaced, renewed, that there are significant costs coming. And these are going to hit hardest on our lowest socioeconomic buildings. The only way I think that we can address this for the long-term good of everyone in the Far North is move to a rating basis where we all share in the collective responsibility of our district, and we all provide that social lens that when it's your turn for your scheme to be upgraded and the cost are profound, that everybody else is going to help you. There's going to be a shoulder to lean on when the time comes. Some of the anomalies in here were frightening, and I was really surprised that option 4 generated such low response rate. If we are really considering charging the residents of Whangaroa $20,000 a year to have a storage scheme on their rates, the biggest grief to me is that we're never even a sensible option to go out to the flat. I've been concerned all the way through, and ever since we embarked on the process of upgrading Kawakoa, Hokianga and Kaikoui, about the affordability of those schemes for the residents that live here. And I think the reason that we get such a low response rate is until someone actually gets a rate invoice in their letterbox that says, by the way, Kawakoa, your rates are going up over $1,000 a year. It's not real for a lot of people. So it's hard. It's going to be hard for those schemes that feel that they've already paid for it, like Kawakoa. And I acknowledge that, but I think it's time for us to say we need to take a collective district-wide approach to how we do this. And it's the way all of the modelling came out of 3 audits and 3 years done well. We'll probably go. I'll be stood at that.
Thank you, Councillor Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Yeah, we're quite divided on this, but I think it has merit, and you just mentioned Kōpuru. Under the district-wide residents at Kōpuru, going by the information we've received, better off. And the information we received this morning helped me see that district-wide level of water and wastewater. Though Kaikohe will be adversely impacted initially by a couple of $100, they're going to be better off once their upgraded treatment plant is done. So otherwise they're going to be adversely affected when that's done by a sum of $800 to $1,000. And I think we need to remember that we've got Kaikohe and Kaitaia are undergoing their resource consents are out. Well, I think Kaitaia is, it's meant to be. And their upgrades, are planned. Kyle and Hihi. Yep, those are big ones. And Barwani's still to come. Russell, some work is underway right now. And Kotapiki in 2025. So if we look at it through the district-wide lens, trying to ensure that there is equity across the district, I see the benefit for all. And that's coming from somebody who paid, when I first became a ratepayer, the Kaikohe wastewater treatment plant, I think my rates just for that was like $1,200. And I remember somebody saying that the rates would go down over the year, but they never did. And so don't listen to that either way, that rates will go down. But yeah, I am at this stage supporting it, and we'll see what happens around the table.
Councillor Research.
I'm going to speak against this and foreshadow a method, which is to leave it to a decision on the annual plan. And the reason for that is I'll explain. And essentially, we need to break the cycle. The way we do Three Waters in the past decade has led to a multi-million-dollar infrastructure hole that we need to fix. No one's arguing that we have got a problem. And I believe this has actually resulted in decades of poor decisions that were nothing more than supposed to make this whole taxes. It doesn't work. We need a fundamental reset in the way we manage and depreciate as around the table we've been asking about depreciation, the nature of these services, and deliver on these services as well. And Sky has mentioned that we can make it much better than that. I don't want a decision today to be made and become just another perceived fix for some problem. Also, I want to show how there's some perverse effects currently going on, which potentially will be worse. And Guy is rebuilding a three-quarters team. He said that. He also plans a workshop, look at the detailed depreciation and how we rate. I welcome that because there's all sorts of anomalies. And so any discussion today, I think, is actually too early, and we haven't really considered the ramifications, some of which could be illegal. So what I'd like from governance, not today because of the time, but given enough time a year to do, is to set some basic principles and directions which will help guide staff. And it may start, should I suggest, with a multi-question, with multi-choice question asking for feedback. Questions like, for example, each generation should pay an equitable share of a long-life asset. That's fundamental depreciation, agree or not. The first generation should pay twice as much, so later generations don't have to. Do you agree with that or not? The smaller community should subsidise larger communities. Do you agree with that affordability strategy or not? Poorer communities should subsidise richer communities. Do you agree with that strategy or not? Why I ask these questions? Because I'll show you with one example. Since it was raised, now some of these things are actually happening. Well, I did request from Angie, which is, thank you, Angie, for sending some information through, and several questions there, and what was the reserve balances. So Kaikohe has 88 connections. It's depreciation reserves, which are money already collected over the years, so probably the last 30 odd years. And based on the 2020 reserve is $662,904. That is $7,533 per connection. a reserve. Why are we even waiting on this? We're fully paid from the very beginning. If I remember rightly, it was $2,000 per person paid up front. Well, Carter sorted that one out, and $2,000 subsidised by the Ministry of Health through the Hokianga Health Scheme, a city deal, $300,000 total cost. The same generation, by way of depreciation charge over 32 years, has accumulated twice the initial cost of the depreciation reserve, $662,000. They have paid 3 times. Is that fair? Hardly fair and equitable, is it? For a community that has an income, median income of only $18,700, COCO should not be rated for depreciation at all. In fact, its reserves collected from that community should be going to cover their wastewater rates. You do that, and under all the schemes, they are $0 for many years. See, these are some of the things that have actually been going on mentioned. Something more to consider, what happens to the accumulated depreciation if we go district-wide? Do we lose it, and therefore are they helping subsidise areas of growth, which will likely be the wealthy areas? These communities, COCO being, you look at the stats, average age 50 plus, there has been no growth. They don't need to add new sewage systems. And what happens to this? The accumulated reserves are already collected. I've already suggested what we should do. We should actually use it to pay down their rates currently and do not depreciate. What happens to the government if the government assists the community via grants, as was what they did initially? If we do what we did in Carrigaroon and not depreciate or collect that grant, $7.5 million or thereabouts, which is which is scheme specific. Do we do what we tried to avoid and depreciate the whole capital value, thereby nullifying the grant and making an affordability and telling them it's not affordable, you can't afford it, walk away, as we did to Oregon? The consultation document, in my opinion, is also misleading. If you turn to page 61, have a look at page 61. It makes a statement which says people pay for the services they receive. Right. Well, in some senses they do. By scheme, they most certainly do. In fact, if it's district-wide, they're all helping to pay services they receive across all schemes. Those outside the area of benefit, and only if, and here's where it works, only if they are receiving the same level of service, which the COCO is not. COCO is not a traditional sewage scheme. They have septic tanks, and that's only treating the septic tank water. No one is target those who directly benefit the scheme. Well, definitely that sounds like a scheme-specific system. How so if growth never occurs in your area like COCO? Will they'll be helping pay rates for other areas, which is not right either, I don't believe, the poorest community. That means some small communities will experience far greater burden. That's what it states there. Some small communities, will experience less of a burden. And the reason is that there's be as it says, more people paying it, but there's no more rate payers paying for these rates. So how does that work? Especially if no growth occurs as in COCO. Again, as I say, that's sort of misleading. Unless you go specifically to a scheme. So yes, if you've got a new scheme which is growth driven, then right across the community, all the rate payers with sewage systems, they will be paying. You'll have more people paying. But again, those growth areas. So, and this goes on. How can we introduce other contributions which are raised before? Legal precedence has shown must be specific to a scheme. So when we confuse it like this, how can we pull those bits out? And what happens when a dollar contribution goes in there? Is the benefit going to be shared across the screen and they be charged and say that's not quite right? How can we introduce multiple contributions for the same reason? So that's why I say, look, stop for a year. I'm putting my trust here in you guys. Then defer this decision, and that's why ending it. Keeping the status quo, obviously, but defer it until we do a deep dive into how we depreciate. We're depreciating various things, and that should be done differently. What are the key principles we're doing? How we depreciate and how we deliver. That's what I would prefer to do. So I'm actually voting
no against that amount, but I'm foreshadowing an amendment just to look at it.
Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Foy. A reminder that our mover will get 10 minutes, a seconder and subsequent speakers 5 minutes. And if there are three in support or against in a row, then I'll ask for someone to speak contrary or for, whatever way it is, before we go direct to a right of reply and a vote, because we've got a significant number of things, not because I don't like the sound of any of the voices. Go to Councillor.
Just a point of clarification, are we speaking to the amendment currently or substituting the motion?
Shadowed amendment, so we're still speaking to recommendation as it is, which is options
District.
district-wide for those connected. Not.
So in terms of the recommendation to go district-wide, I have considered this in different ways, because I also considered the per ward aspect, because that would allow people within a common area of interest to essentially spread the cash flow of the cost of those schemes within their ward. However, in terms of the scope and scale of the number of wastewater treatment plants and the number of water systems and treatment plants we have, our district is facing a significant, particularly a financial risk and a consenting risk, let alone severe lack of asset management information, no area of benefits, no maps to show where the area of benefits are, let alone being able to plan for growth. And this was extremely, for me, this is an extreme issue. And as an elected member, the operations are busy trying to get things done. And I appreciate that there's a huge amount of catch up to do in this space. However, cash flow is king, and how we actually have the capability and capability and capacity within our staff to do that. And every single one of these systems that Council Usage has raised needs to be reconsented, so that the consents come up and they need to go through that consenting process through the Northern Regional Council. There are new bars and new levels of information and new levels of consenting required for every single one of those treatment plants, and that's on top of fluoride, that's on top of the potable water additional requirements. And if our district is able to get ahead, I don't see how we can rate on a per scheme basis to be able to look at the cash flow and the amount of work that we have going forward to even attempt to tackle this amount of work. I personally don't know how much this is going to cost overall over the life of all of these systems, but as Councillor Stratford has highlighted, the consenting is happening throughout all of these schemes right now. And yes, there is growth in other areas and stagnant population in others, but the smaller schemes have less people to pay to spread that cost. And the new consenting will have exponential on those small schemes for both capital and operations by meeting those new regulations through the Northern Regional Council, let alone looking at the affordability for disposal to land and addressing the appropriateness of the treatment levels of each of those systems. So I want to do as much as I can to make the job of our staff as simple as possible to be able to meet that huge amount of workload. And the information that we need for our asset management around those wastewater treatment plants and water treatment plants as well, let alone our area of benefits and planning for growth, will be some of the things that I'll be looking to come out of that work plan. And I personally support the current motion because of that and because of the scale of that work and the scale of the consenting required.
Here's 1 minute.
Water treatment plants. And in closing, I'd just like the elected members to think about not just the existing scheme itself, but the requirements of future consenting and future requirements to meet all of those regulations, because the cost will be unbearable for small schemes.
Councillor McNally.
Yeah, I just went through the spreadsheet provided and looked at the, on page 76, number 5. If you just look at the colour charts, those that, the responses that were for 1, status quo, 3, change to award, and 4, a scheme rate for 65% versus the district-wide of 34.5. The difference between status quo and district-wide is in the margin of error, roughly 34% each. If you go to the spreadsheet provided, cumulative impact by location, 16 sewage plants, status quo was 5, we're better off, district-wide was 6, better off, by ward was 5, better off. But 10 to 6 out of 16, 6 being the district-wide. You look at that was for the capital rates, operating rate, by ward, 8 to 16. So 50% by ward better off. Looking at the water capital rates, status quo I think was 4, district-wide 3. Targeted rates for sewage capital by ward 5, district-wide 6, status quo 5. So it's 10 6 again. And so I'm voting against it.
Thank you, Claire.
There.
Councillor Radich.
Thank you, Mayor Morkel. The Kerikeri sewage is about to have an upgrade. And the reason why is because they put the wrong pipes, wrong size pipes. Now, you know, that should be rated, target rated. And my comment is, look, get rid of the district-wide rates. Just get rid of it. Thank you.
Thank you for that. We'll go to Councillor Court for right of reply.
I've got to push out the amendment. I've got to push out an amendment.
Should this fail, then
That's a new motion then. I push out an amendment to that motion.
so should this motion fail, your amendment will get put up instead.
No, if it fails, then there's a new motion. Push out an amendment to that, so I didn't want us to make a decision, and then just check it over for the annual plan. I'm not saying.
Yeah, if you had moved an amendment, we would have paused the rest of any discussions and gone straight to the amendment. Had you had a seconder, you foreshadowed it, therefore we continue with the current until it's voted down, and then we go to the foreshadow.
That it's not amendment. All right.
Hang on, we can pause so that I make sure I'm right. Okay, got the little chart out. The motion was moved and seconded. Then it was debated. And then you put in. So you were correct. That is foreshadowed. If it fails, going off memory though, can you make sure, show me the standing orders?
Out of amendments, on page. Push on you. Page 52, coming up.
I'm not sure if it's right.
I'll second your.
The meeting must dispose of an existing amendment before a new amendment can be foreshadowed. However, members may notify the chairperson that they intend to move further amendment. Therefore, because there was no amendment on the table, it's not a foreshadowed amendment. It's a amendment itself. I apologise. It should have been moved as an amendment and debate should have stopped when Councillor Vucic put that on the table. So if Councillor Vucic has a seconder, then that becomes the current motion on the table as an amendment to vote it down before we do. Any further?
Could you put that on the screen, please, Mayor Morkel?
Can we put up
So I can speak to my amendment then.
Yeah, just get it up on the table so everyone knows what we're looking at.
Can we confirm during the chair, Councillor Vucic, that then you are approving option 1 as status quo and a difference? So just deferring it.
He said deferred. I would like it as exact words, not what you think.
I want to defer it until the annual plan deliberations, which means we remain as we are.
So just that council defer issue.
Status quo becomes it happens
Default.
anyway.
So defer this decision to deliberations, I'll speak to it, and I'll be quick. I've given the points, but the main points, what I wanted to say is that until we've done a deep dive into the way we depreciate, what should not be depreciated, which has a major effect on our rating. For example, I used the COCO immediately. We shouldn't be building up reserves when it's been fully paid up through depreciation charges. So what I would like, and therefore defer it, give the staff, we've got good staff who've been on board, and to look at that depreciation in detail, and also to look at the principles that we're trying to achieve when we're doing the water, and therefore what is fair in terms of rating, because there's multiple ways. And we're talking about, and certainly I don't want to see Kaya, for example, face a huge rise, and I'm not suggesting going by scheme. That's certainly deferred. And with Kaya is an easy solution. And I know start looking at other more effective solutions as well, which can come to the table. So with that price for Kaya, you might go out and buy a modern septic system for 20k, maybe it's a little bit more, and you deal with the problem immediately, and their rates go to zero after that. So I would suggest deferring it. That's my main reason, and I'll just leave my comments on that.
Councillor Hakia Parawira.
Take the floor.
Councillor Court.
Feel slightly at a disadvantage because I think that standing orders are being abused here, but I accept your willing memo. I'm going to speak against this because I think all we're doing here is kicking the can down the road. We've heard that we are moving from fixed cost receipts when it's not real. It is very real. Affordability is very real, particularly for our West Coast communities. We were told that we haven't considered the ramifications of that, this decision. I fundamentally dispute that. We've workshopped this a considerable number of times, and we have considered the ramifications of what is going to happen as resource consents get renewed and increased environmental standards are imposed on communities. We heard that growth doesn't establish the need for new schemes or upgrades. I fundamentally refute that. That's not the case. Growth will necessitate the need for new schemes and upgrades, but so will increasing environmental standards. We keep talking about the depreciation debate as if that's some kind of panacea that's going to solve this problem for us. That can happen consequent to and alongside more equity for the way we charge for wastewater. Integrational equity is modelled in our funding impact statement. Bear in mind that schemes never die. They continue ad infinitum into forever. Cross-subsidisation in this district already occurs on multiple fronts. District development contributions are not the panacea to solve our problems. Bear in mind that development contribution will only happen where growth is an element and only for that tiny portion of the scheme where development contributions would be attributable. Submitted feedback, I think, was based on the numbers that we put out in the consultation document, but submitted feedback was not given the future costs. So when Kawakoa, Kaikohe, Hihi, Taipa, Kaitaia are upgraded, Would the submitters have made the same decision if they made now? I think not. And if you go through the supporting information for the long-term plan, as it's different at the moment, Komiko, Opunoni and Arawini would pay substantially less than they currently pay. We've got to look at a way where these shock rate impacts are removed from the rating invoice per customer. And nobody can plan and model and future flag and invest when they don't know that a multi-$1,000 rate change is looming because of a resource consent coming. I appreciate Councillor Husich wants to delay it, and I cannot tell you how many times I've sat in this chamber and listened to people wanting to delay making a tough decision. Sometimes making a decision means you pay for that at the ballot box. So be it. I'm prepared to take that risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Court. I am against the amendment, surprisingly. Whether we make this decision today, this is going to be where it goes. This is what Labor put out in the Three Waters, and then everyone said you can't do that. Then that got overturned, but the National got in and they realised that this is what we need to do as well. So that's the way we're going through for local water done well. If Three Waters had gone through under the Labor government, we wouldn't even be having this conversation because it would have gone to super regional wide rate anyway, and it would have benefited us because actually Auckland and the two cities would have been paying for all of our schemes and the upgrades that they need. The other part of this is the fact that this is a 3-year long-term plan, so you don't get to see those further out years and the incredible impact that it will have. I know that there are arguments against district-wide for specific schemes and the depreciation that's been collected and everything like that, but a reminder that our district is also incredibly transient. I know that there are some communities where people will stay there for their entire lives, but our community is incredibly transient. I am a ratepayer in Opunoni and in Patukaki. So I own those two wastewater treatment plants. Well, if I sell my house, do I get to take a piece of it with me? No, I don't. But I've put in how much into the depreciation, into the holding bucket for that. Do I get that money back when I sell my house? No, I don't. So the way that we think about the ownership of these schemes, that fundamentals when we think about ownership or what we put into something, we need to change the way we think about that because it's not how it is in real life. We don't actually own it. It's owned by the entire public, but the money that we collect is at our determination to use for the greater good for the public, not for individuals. So I'm thinking bigger picture here. It's not on a campaign to be a mayor for the North. I want to get rid of the ward rate too. Well, that's not on the table today. We kick that out the door. But we draw those lines for wards for representation purposes, not for how much money people should be paying. Otherwise, please put me in Tepu. They got the lowest ward rate. Let's draw a line just around my house. And then my rates will go down as artificial lines. So the way we're thinking about the money for these, I think, is artificial, not real life as to the way that we collect. I think that we do, I'm voting against this because I think we do need to go district-wide. Otherwise, we're going to get a government or a council that's going to have to make this decision anyway. I want that clarity for our staff so that they know they can just get on and do the bloody job they need to do. The upgrade of 16 wastewater treatment plants, 8 water treatment plants, and just follow the rule. Next. Councillor Floyd.
I'd like to speak against the motion of deferring this decision. I've already spoken about the district-wide rating and why I think that's a good idea. But I also want to raise the thing of the matter about deferring it. And one thing that hasn't been brought up is how we already do desludging and actually use all of our wastewater treatment plants as part of that process and spread the cost district-wide. So we're already doing that sludge, but And I'm not sure if everybody here on the council knows what sludge is. It's the solids that they take out of the wastewater and they put on the side to do water. And all of our land that we actually own for these purposes as well, for wastewater, is very limited. We've got these very small townships that haven't really been planned for growth in terms of the designation area. So the reason that we actually went district-wide was the Russell consent. And under Wayne Brown, we didn't know what the Environment Court decision was going to be for that consent. But what actually happened is that consent was appealed and there were very expensive conditions that the Environment Court laid out for our council. And that is why it went district-wide, because of the extreme expense that one community had because of the appeals process. Consenting has a huge impact of the potential costs. And as has been outlined, the risk, because we don't know what those conditions of consent will be, let alone all of our consents which are likely to be appealed, is going to have huge effects on those small communities when we can't spread those lumpy cash flows from those ponds. So in short, those are two examples of why we shouldn't defer this, and that we're already looking at it district-wide, and why I will not be supporting it.
We've had 3 voters against. I will ask for a vote of 4. Otherwise, I will ask Councillor Wilson to provide a reply. We'll go to Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, thank you. So, look, most of that didn't speak against my amendment. They actually went back to the original amendment, which I have to respond. So prior to that, first of all, we had a long-term asset funding with that, but it's never been brought to the table in detail in terms of depreciation. And why I say that, depreciation, we are doing is inconsistent. And that does have an effect on the rates. Look at your rates in Coco now. That's all, and look at it, the detail, that's a depreciation charge. Is most of their charge. When they've got a huge reserve, they shouldn't be paying any depreciation charge. And so, so that's why I'm saying defer this till we do the work. And we heard about, ownership. Of course, it's not about personal ownership. I agree, it's not about that at all. And the sludging. Remember, I said in my statement, which was probably a bit long-winded, and maybe following it properly, but the desludging for Coco, how does that work? It doesn't work because it doesn't exist. It's not the same scheme. So when we go across district-wide and we say everybody did pay a fair share across district-wide, but they got a lesser service. So it's not the same scheme. What about all your private schemes out there as well? What service are they going to get? They're going to be left out in the cold. And if we pick up some of that, suddenly they're going to be charged across the scheme as well. I would say let's do our homework. So I'm not against schemes. So I said forgive me because I might be talking to my amendment. I want to defer it to give a chance for that data to come through. Look at how we go to depreciate, both on our housing for elderly, our halls and everything else, and look at that and look at our assets and look at the way we do it. That's all I'm actually asking here at this moment. It doesn't affect anything. And it doesn't throw major costs. As McMillan pointed out, there's not much difference as a status quo as per some of the other options. So that's what I'm asking for.
All right, the right of reply has been given. We'll put it to a vote.
We have a vote by division, please.
Vote by division. Can I have that, please, Emery? I am against.
Against.
Councillor Hall.
Against.
Councillor Floyd.
Against.
Councillor Halkett, how do we go?
4.
Councillor Kappa. 4. Councillor Kiskovich.
Can I go last, please?
Councillor McGowan.
Against.
Councillor Radich.
Or
Councillor Akina.
Abstain.
Councillor Vucic. 4. Councillor McNeil Kiskovich.
4.
That's 5-all that loses. The amendment has been lost, so I will go to my little chart. And I believe we will. As lost, the original motion is put it either carried or lost, we go directly back to the original motion and it is put to the vote. So the motion is that we go to district-wide, vote by division again, please. Favour, councillor Strapp, the leadership. Councillor Strapp. Councillor Joy. Councillor Haukian, how do we do?
Sorry, what's the motion again? Sorry, my hearing aids have gone bust. Oh, there it is.
The motion is that council approve option 2, a change to district-wide rates for those connected to attempt to connect to water supply and or wastewater services to confirm the way access to supply and water services is run. Councillor Kaplan. Councillor Kleskovic.
I'm against.
Councillor McNally.
Against.
Councillor Radich.
Against.
Councillor Larkin.
Abstain.
Councillor Vucic.
Against.
That is even, which means the motion has failed. All right.
Can I, really,
I will call a break now for 10. Right, again.
how do we incorporate the
Do you know what can I just leave? I
It doesn't work. I'll replace it. I understand, yeah. Yeah, I'll replace the back, oh no, I'm not going to tell me that.
Thank you. Back, we'll go to item 6.2, recommendation 1.3. The recommendation that the issue that we're looking at is on page 78. We've got a change in the wording from that agenda. We could put it on screen. The recommendation will be the council note option XX for consideration on how community services will be provided throughout the district. The reason why it's for consideration is that today is not the ultimate decision, but will inform the work streams and programs that council staff will need to undertake. I'm going to be moved to in the space, noting that we don't have clarity on financial implications, budgets, everything from the last conversation, actually all the conversation today. So I'll just inform steps. I'll ask for a mover with either option 1, 2, and 3 to go with that. Councillor Boyd.
I'd like to move option for provide multi-purpose centres, 2 for Bay of Islands, Whangaroa, and 1 each Whakui Hokianga.
For option 1. provide multi-purpose centres, 2 for the Bay of Islands, Whangawa, and 1 extra site for Hokianga and Teku.
Yes.
It's been moved by Councillor Boyer, by the second.
Would like to move option 3, status quo.
I've got option 1 moved by Councillor Foy. I need a seconder.
Yeah, just for consideration of them.
Councillor, seconded by Councillor Lucas. Noting that this is not the ultimate decision, but sets the direction to our staff on where we would like to go based off our consultation, and they'll have to do further work, and we will have to do further consultation on the implications of where that extra information leads us. Councillor Foy, I'll pass to you.
Thank you, Member. Well, I'd just like the elected members with this little blue handout, and on page 1 of it, the staff have kindly worked out some numbers for us. We're only given this recently as a part of the consultation document, as Member has highlighted. Also on the second page, there's these really little numbers that you might need a magnifying glass, and I literally did need a magnifying glass in order to see that. Looks at
She always one you could borrow.
yes, so she's and the numbers are that small to see that. So just highlighting to staff, it's great to have information, but please can it be legible? And I also appreciate that the land status was also highlighted, and also the building status about it, if council owned it or leased it, and also the building status. So that was really helpful as well. In terms of the current motion, as Member was highlighted, this is not going to financially affect us this financial year. It's a strategic direction from council to look forward about how we plan, in my view, how we plan our town centres and how we look at our civic hubs and our towns as a whole. And as we've heard about libraries in particular from specialists in this area that have come through presentations, that libraries are now not just about books, they're actually a community space, a community hub where people come to spend time, particularly around internet provision, as well as social cohesion, and allow for a space for our rangatahi and our families as well to be able to have a great space. And I would also advocate hopefully in the centre of townships, because the civic hub is one of the key attributes to town planning. In terms of the current motion and the costs, you'll see on page 1 there that our service centres, libraries and eyesights are a significant operational cost and significant rating impact across the district. I think as well, since we've only recently been provided this information, you can see that it's a significant opportunity for us to look at what we've always done and is it actually the best approach for our district? Because the answer from staff about the libraries, where they are, the service centres, where they are, and eyesights, they're there because they always have been. And is that the best long-term planning for our district and the cumulative cost of all of these buildings that we have? Or is the best solution to have fantastic community hubs in town centres that will be a key driver for people to want to move and live in the final townships? In particular, I'm on the working group for the Kaikohe Hub here in Te Puakotiki, and a lot of the feedback we have been given is this is a key transformational move for the town. It's definitely not just a library, and this is the opportunity for Kaikohe to be revitalised. I see this as one of the moves that we have to look at as well with our commercial arm, Far North Holdings. I'm not sure why we would lease buildings off our commercial arm when we could not be. And we own a number of buildings, such as the Turner Centre, for example, with key sites in the middle of Kirikiri that we can look at collaboration, not only for these civic buildings, but also for our staff and to create a space that people want to move to. In closing, I think that our district is showing it's a key place that people want to live here, they want to work here, they want to bring their families here. And in terms of the way that we plan our towns, that we invest in our service centres, libraries and eyesights, we need to not always do what we've always done, because then we'll always get what we've always got. And the Far North deserves better. We deserve community hubs that are key locations for our whānau, for our community to see that the Far North is a place that they want to live, and for our rangatahi to know and be proud of the townships that they are from and that they want to move to.
Thank you, Councillor Vesich.
As I said, yes, I don't have to say much. It's really for consideration. I think Councillor Sawley went in detail about how important some of these things are, and consideration needs to happen. So let's do the consideration.
Put that to a vote. Deputy Minister.
I have to speak against this because we had a strong direction from the people, 400 people that voted, did submission. More than the majority told us that they wanted status quo, and we shouldn't discredit those that have taken the time to participate in the LTP submission process. We've got a number of assets that volunteers actually look after on our behalf. And, I appreciate that staff have provided us with the information now, the operational capital, and the number of people that use the facility and how far they travel between them. But I still don't see us having any logic in going down the path of sending a strategic direction to staff that we're going to go to two centres for Bay of Islands, Whangaroa. This is library, and service centre, and one for Kaupui, Hokianga and Te Haku. This impacts your eyesights too in those areas. This impacts our eyesights across the district, not just libraries. And before we go down the path of reviewing these community services and libraries, we need to take time to go through the library strategy that we consulted on, I think like 4 years ago, and see how we're tracking with that, because this decision here is outside of the direction that strategy that we consulted with the district on. We also had a report presented to elected members by LGNZ on the use of libraries, and as Councillor Foy says, they're not just libraries, they're key visitor spaces and service spaces for our people. People were very emotive. We had a lady cry in here at the thought of losing the Kaihe Library, and So the Eastern Ward does get a big share of the rates towards that, but we've got a bigger share of the population over that way. I think that we need to go with status quo, but I'd be open to including in there that we review how we can more equitably fund those fund the facilities rather than just reducing the quantity of facilities. So I'm actually going to move an amendment that we go with the status quo and that we review how they are funded in order to ensure it's equitably spread across the district.
I'll just need some advice on the amendment and whether or not it's a double negative to that which is on the table right now. So.
Consideration. I thought we changed it to full consideration.
It is for consideration.
But it's sending a direction to staff
Direction.
that we're reducing to 2.
There's another decision point to make.
There is.
It's not a essential staff. People have spoken and we're not listening.
I'll just get that confirmation. But while I'm here in any case, I would not make any changes at this table without finalising what it looks like on the work and taking that out for bespoke consultation with the people. That people will also have their say and decide. So, so Deputy Stratford's amendment is now on the table. And it's been seconded by Councillor Ford.
Yeah.
So we're going to close the table. That's right.
So we want to do option 3.
Deputy Stratford, I'm happy for you to speak to your amendment.
Yeah, just quickly. So the information that we received on the breakdown of how much net profit, so how much OPEX is required for each facility, I've added it up, and the north and the west are on about 800K. That's how much it costs to keep those ones operating. That's with their income and expenditure taken out. But I do think that it's not equitable that there's a whole $1 million in the east that comes from, the district-wide rate. So that's why I think that we do need to consider how we can more equitably fund that. But I don't think it's in reducing the number of centres, because we have such a diverse population and the geographical spread around our district. And when we did the library strategy, they did look at what was leased and what was owned, and how it benefited us actually leasing some of the properties because of the cost of maintaining an asset, insurance and the like. Yeah, so please people, you're kind of doing a similar thing, but you're doing similar to what Felicity was putting, because she wants to see the money spread evenly. And I don't believe that cost savings for our district are in the services that we provide to people to pay their rates or dog rego. I don't believe the cost cutting is in the service of providing library books. I don't believe the cost cutting that this council can provide is in taking away hubs where people have, meet each other and do social activities. Kia ora.
We'll go to Councillor Court.
Just 2 points, Your Worship. Councillor Stratford, Deputy Stratford articulated it beautifully. I want to say that I think moving to an option that was promulgated by Councillor Ford would be family prejudicial to a large percentage of our population who live outside of the main urban centres and rely on their community hubs for their social interaction. It is an extreme burden for someone, particularly out west, to get into Kaikoura. So we need to be mindful of that. The second point I wish to raise is the tiny print that Councillor Ford raised on page 2. Live dam rising statistics is a quote that springs to mind. So on the front page in great big print, it tells us how expensive these things are in terms of operation. In very tiny print on the second page, it tells you how much money they make. And there's no way that these centres cost the ratepayer. They make money. On every single year, it's forecast there out to 2027. These facilities are more than great even. This is not a cost saver, that it's saving on the thank you.
Thank you. Right. Any other members like to speak to the amendment? Councillor Ford.
I think it probably won't be a surprise. I'd like to speak against the amendment. In terms of the matters raised, I think as well, one of the things that hasn't been highlighted And one of the key points that I was raising is that we need to be investing in community hubs. Libraries, just for the sake of being libraries, are a thing of the past. And the communities deserve spaces that are key spaces that people are able to come to that transform townships and revitalise streets. High streets across New Zealand, they're becoming empty shops. And I'm sorry, I feel really sad for Kaipea. When we go down the main street, there's lots of shops that are empty and need maintenance. Kaitaia has Te Ahu, and now we have our sports hub. We have key precincts within our townships that link within the green spaces and then down to the main street. When we look at Kaipea and the key transformational moves that we can make with the civic hubs, I think is significant. And it's not just for Kaipea. Everyone has to come to townships to buy their groceries. When we look at the changes in technology, people use technology to go online, but not use the libraries for Wi-Fi, etc., not just for the sake of books. No, I don't think we do libraries as a money-making exercise as an entity. When we look at the actual costs of the building itself and to own the building, the insurance, the depreciation, and on top of this isn't the capital in terms of the upkeep of all of these buildings. One building in one place costs a lot less to maintain than 10 buildings in 10 different locations and 10 different titles. So when we look at the opportunities that can come of this, I think that Councillor Stratford is right. The numbers are clear. The numbers are clear that the Eastern Ward is getting $1 million extra of operational costs from the general rate towards having 8 libraries and services, etc. The inequity is clear. But I also think that our staff are now moving to different methodologies. We're looking at different opportunities with our commercial arm, and we're looking at multi-use purpose. And I think that because we have our new CEO here, Guy, because we're looking at those opportunities with Farnell Holdings, and we have a new finance manager, I think now is the time to look at those key opportunities for change. And I think that in terms of the community facilities, we will have that opportunity at a later time to look at those options, which staff can also bring in other options at the time, because this isn't, the original motion is not a clear directive, we will, but it also is looking at those opportunities and cash flows for OPEX, CAPEX and forward planning for the whole district. I would like our district to look at how we plan townships, how we plan our district, not just always do what we've always done. This is your opportunity as elected members to be able to do that, and I implore you to not support the amendment and to look at the key issues within a substantive motion.
Go to Deputy Stratford for item reply.
I just want to highlight that 2 of the libraries are historic buildings, and one of them in particular is in a historic precinct. So there's no room a multi-type design, and the people that look after that building are very happy, and it is an attraction in the town. I just want to remind everybody, we went out for consultation, we had 400 responses, and the majority, 221 people, said, please leave it how it is, status quo.
Yeah. Good, right.
And then surprisingly,
Thank you. The right of reply has been given. We'll put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed,
vote by division.
a vote by division. I am in favour of the amendment. Deputy Stratford is in favour. Councillor Court. Councillor Foy.
Against.
Councillor Hauki-Harawira. For. Councillor Kapa. For. Councillor Pliskovic.
Support.
Councillor McNally. Councillor Radich.
For.
Councillor Rakina. For. Councillor Vucic. For. It now becomes a substantive motion that I will move, seconded by Deputy Mayor Stratford. We'll put it to the vote. In favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, the motion is carried. We will now move to item 6.2, submissions, analysis, feedback. For these ones here, which are on 80 onwards in our agenda, what we're doing is noting submission themes that staff have collated and noting that based off the feedback, no changes will be made. That makes sense. So we'll go to item 6.2, 2.1A, that council note the submissions on 2.1 Capital Works Program utilisation and approve no change to be made based off those submissions. I will move in the second.
Did that link back to the previous paper?
No, this is just based off the feedback we received that we'll be making no changes to the current Capital Works Program. The Capital Works Program itself, though, will be coming to us separately at the next meeting.
The one I guess is that at the next council meeting, if we move amendments, and this says
No changes based off this feedback itself. Does that make sense?
Okay.
It doesn't mean no changes at all. There could be a million changes that come across, but based off the feedback we received in the consultation, we won't be making any specific changes to the long-term. Thank you, Councillor Research. Would anyone like to comment?
Question. Where is it? So when it says no change to the cap, we are adding back in somewhere down here the 2 million unsubsidised ceiling. Doesn't that impact on the Capital Works Program that we consulted on? Sorry.
We're going to leave them to.
We'll leave it till last.
Session to be added in as a separate item.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
in relation to feedback.
It's a separate item.
It is subject, it's come from feedback from the community.
It's raised.
Okay.
Deliberations.
Okay. Sorry. Okay.
Right, we're safe. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed? Carried. We'll now go to 2.2A, which is still on page 80, the feedback on civil defence. Might get a seconder. Thank you, Ms. Stratford. This is noting the feedback, but that we will not be making any changes. Ms. Stratford, would you like to speak?
No.
All right, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Abstentions, that is carried. We go to 2.3A, community boards and community grants and funding. We have a slight change here that will be that up there. It will be that community grants and funding retain, the community boards retain the funding as it is.
Was it
Councillor Research and I will second that.
Yep.
Placemaking is retained. Placemaking and community funding is retained. Town beautification will be considered next up. This is to retain the funding that we currently have for placemaking and for community funding. Councillor Research.
Rules don't get much in the way of grant, but they do have quite a large impact on the communities and creating a positive look into the communities. And they've always worked within their budget. Yeah, so I'd be quite, I like looking at community boards and doing the job that they do.
I'm in support. Anyone else like to speak to this? I'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed, abstentions, that is carried. We will now, in our long-term plan deliberations workshop, I asked staff to bring back to the table town beautification for consideration. So I am happy to move that we approve that $7,000 budget for town beautification to each ward of New Capital Works, totalling $171,000 this year. And that has been seconded by Councillor Pleskovich. I I'm happy, bro. I did say at that point that I would expect our community board chairs to come and champion as to why we should vote this through. So I will leave it up to them to convince us otherwise. But I think we all know the good and the good that they do for us. And this is quite small, and we know we've already found significant savings in other areas. Councillor Kesterich, would you like to speak to us?
No, thank you, other than a beautiful job done with the town beautification by fire. Unfortunately, I wasn't there at 5:30, but I was there at about 10:30. Expect good months.
We'll put it to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? That is
Against.
We'll record Councillor Radich as the against. 6.22.3C. I will move this one, that Councillor instruct Chief Executive Officer to ensure that existing budgets and resourcing is available to support Te Aotearoa Tohe Beach Management Plan. And Councillor Hauki Harawira will second that. We had the submission from Te Aotearoa Tohe, which is one of our council's standing committees through the Wiri Whenua legislation. When you looked at it as a quantum and saw a request for $2 million every year, that's definitely going to fail. But when you looked at the work stream of what work was required, a lot of that is in-house that we can do ourselves and we're obligated to. It's just that the governing arrangement for Te Aotearoa Tohe is through the co-government. So this is just for us to put into writing that what we expect our Chief Executive Officer to do, and working with Northern Regional Council to find the proper arrangements so that the board is resourced accordingly, but that it isn't a cash handover. Councillor Kia Harawira. Right, we've got that to a vote. All those in favour?
Mayor Michael, can I just come in?
Yep, Councillor Radich.
Yeah, look, I was on this board for 6 years, and when I left, there was just under 200,000 in the kitty. What happened to that money? I know there was money spent on the speed zones along 90 Mile Beach, but that was NZTA. That's a highway, and it was their responsibility financially to fix that up, including those road signs, etc., etc. So where did that money go to?
Councillor Kia Harawira.
Well, you probably know better, Councillor Radich, as you are the former board rep, but as far as I know, that both NRC and FNDC are statutorily obliged to keep replenishing their budget. It hasn't been replenished since the settlements, as far as I know, and NRC have the full financial accounts. That's all I've got to say, really. And there is a plan that has been approved, and the money that's required to just top up Te Aotearoa Tohe is to just carry out those jobs. That I think was some of those jobs were set in your time, Councillor Radich.
No, I don't think it's a good idea that we should be topping the beach board up. That's why I asked the question, how much is left in the finance? Because when I left, there was just under 200,000. The government, through the Treaty of Waitangi, gave 480,000 to the beach board to govern the beach. That's it. And if you look at that board, the board really has no legal status on 90 Mile Beach. We're just there to govern it. That's it. Simple. And the money expenditure that we spent during that time was very little because there was nothing to spend it on. The only thing that was any financial burden was the speed zones. And I remember getting up in that council on that board and saying, no, it's got nothing to do with us. That's NZTA, because that's a highway. And whoever and they are patrolled by the law, by the police, up and down the beach. And here we are considering, thinking of giving them more money.
That's,
For what?
that is not what we're considering, Councillor Radich. The
What are
reason
you
why this
considering? What are you considering?
financial request was made, which was decline, and instead existing work streams should be doing the work that we're statutorily obligated to do as the district council. It's just that the governance of that beach area is done by the Te Onirua Tūhe Board. This is not about any financial contribution to the Te Onirua Tūhe Board. I will put that to a vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed or abstentions? That is carried. Then I now go to theme 4, communications and engagement. I'm wondering if we can move both 4 and 5, communications and engagement and community outcomes together. So that was a 2.4A and 2.5A, which I will move as a single, seconded as a single by Deputy Mayor Stratford. We are noting the submissions that were made across there and no changes to the existing long-term plan will be made. Off that, a reminder though that the feedback we received does inform what Chief Executive Holroyd referred to as organisational efficiencies that we take on board to be a forever moving organisation.
Just want to highlight one of the submitters said reduce newsletters included in rates notice. Use other communication for propaganda.
Other propaganda. We'll put it to a vote. All in favour say aye. All those opposed or abstentions? Motion is carried. We will now take 2.6, which is on page 82. Feedback received for heading a Thai Twin Coast cycle trail. That we note the submissions given to that, but approve no change to be made to the long-term plan. I'll move. Seconded by Councillor Research. I have nothing to say, Councillor Research.
There's the reduced amount for movement there. I would like the cycle trail, so I shouldn't talk something about, be shifted out from the Geranium and footpath budget. Because it's significantly different.
It's different.
It's broad to the start of the comes out of the road and inside the Geranium footpath.
So you've got into district facilities, the favourite line.
Yeah, I don't. It's what.
I can see head nodding over there. That's Pepper. Thank you. We'll go to Councillor Foy.
A point of process. This is a matter that relates to the Capital Works program.
This is just solely based off the submissions. If you would like to see a reduction or an increase to capital works budgets, that can come through with the capital works program itself.
Okay, I was just highlighting that for clarity because it says approve no change to long-term plan, which didn't.
Based off of the submissions, which is what went out in consultation. No change to that based off the submissions. Like I said again though, when we get the capital works program paper to us, you can influence any changes there as your, if you get a second day and it folks, you can do that at that time. Chair Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Walker. Just a question on this. There are a number of varying references to Pohina today, from both sides of that. As to where it is. Can we have clarification on that as to what we're referring to? Is this Horiki to Kawakawa or is this Horiki to Opua? I'm asking because you're talking about cycle trail here, which I understand to be to Kawakawa, and then we're talking about not having it in footpaths and roading, is that correct? And yet the section from Kalakaua to Okura is also for walkers. So can I have clarification around that, please?
Why I wanted a separate budget is because it's funded from different sources, and all the aspects of the trail, which is from coast to coast, it was all put out, and so you can see where council is putting money in. That's, from the input, so it's clear. The trail itself is open to walkers, and right throughout New Zealand, the cycle trails, or break wides they call it, do include walkers, and we have councillors do walkers and cyclists, so it is open to walkers.
Thank you. And if the designation from 20 point,
Sorry?
designation from point to point, it's originally from Horiki to Kalakaua.
Oh, that one. That wasn't done in our time. It was originally proposed and funded for Horiki to Kalakaua. And that was given funding, and then subsequent council, way back when that was, Stephen Clune may know, extended it via, that's where the problem was, extended via the rail line through to Opua. Very, very popular, but there was a condition in there which said Vintage Rail has a right to actually reinstate the rail. And that's where the problem was complete.
So it's not
Deputy Minister Stratford.
You just quickly, I think both John and Belinda raised good points. The funding that is in here is for the portion of the cycle trail that needs to be realigned. And so I asked Tanya, perhaps, do we need to make it clear in here? What's it understood that the $4 million that's in the capital works program is for the realignment?
Through you, Mayor Moko, I will need to get confirmation of exactly where it is. I think that people understand where it is, but I will ask for guidance about whether we need to amend the wording of that. Okay.
That to a vote, all in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions?
Abstention, because I don't really know what it's saying. The first part.
Abstained.
Abstention from Councillor Halkiat Haruira and Councillor Radich and Councillor Hawke against. I'm wondering if for 2.7 through to 2.19, from 7 to 19 on page 83 through to 89, I'll move as a single recommendation. The note, they all to note with no changes. Actually, no, sorry, it's messy. Okay, 2.7, 8 and 9. So delivery and operations, district facilities and environment, I'll be moving as a single. To note and no changes. Seconder. Thank you, Councillor Court. We are noting the submissions there, but that no changes will be made. Councillor Court. Other members?
So can I just get over which one are we doing then?
It's on
83, number 7,
No,
8.
7. Yes, I just wanted to raise.
Speak.
I just wanted to raise the matter about halls and land divestment to the community. It's been raised on page 83. It's been great to get that 2-page with the tiny writing for the service centres, libraries and eyesights, because it actually, this is the first time ever in my time as left member have ever been given information about how much it costs for, that it costs about $5 million to run these facilities operationally, and then in the granularity of how much it's costing for the centre, which shows that Eastern was getting $1 million more than the other wards towards the costs of of the facility. We don't have the information for our halls. I've requested it for many years. It's not a surprise to staff that I'm bringing this up. It's not a surprise for the community boards. But the reason that we can't, in my view, make a decision on the divestment of the halls or opportunities for the halls is because we don't have this information. I have no idea how much it costs to own and operate the halls. In Tuku, I have no idea how much it costs from the ward rate to have all of these halls. We have the highest number of halls in the whole district, and they're paid for from the ward rate. It's different from service centres, eyesights and libraries, which are paid for from the general rate, which we all pay for. I do not see this as fair. I do not see this as transparent, and I celebrate our new staff that we have on board, that they're giving us this information. It gives me hope. I have hope. So just through the Chair Moko, I will be moving an amendment today. But with hope, this level of information will be given about our halls to our community boards so that we can make informed decisions and be able to tell our ratepayers that it's costing them, $26 of ratepayer to own these halls, etc. So that's the only matter I'm
I reminder, I will be looking to add wording to that effect for the last recommendation of the day to get that level of detail as we spoke about this morning.
Thanks, and just a comment really in response to Councillor Boyd. Previous councils have looked at divestments of halls, not eyesights, but halls, and we were given full transparent information at the time. And it went through quite a rigorous process for some staff and those of us that have been here a long time. So the information hasn't been given in the sense of eyesights were treated separately due to all the different models of eyesights and halls and community facilities. So they have been dealt with in isolation. I haven't seen more on the same page like this before, but I've definitely seen breakdown. So the information is there, and we have had it over the years, and we've obviously failed.
Thank you. Put that to the vote. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed to abstentions, that's carried. The next one, 2.10, which can be found on page 84, fees and charges. Note that which is in your agenda has been changed, and it will be that council note the submissions on fees and charges. There isn't specific change for resource consents. That will be further down on the list that we get to for a vote. So we'll just full stop it at that and just note the submissions, please. I will move for the seconder. And you'd like to speak?
Yes, just I don't have the detail of that, but is that where the water charge is? Because we did discuss like whether the water charge needed to be as high as it was.
That's in the funding impact on throat in the funding impact, right?
Oh, it's when we come to adopt the LTP. Just that, isn't it? Sorry. Yeah.
Can we just get confirmation from staff on that question from Deputy Administrator around the cubic meterage charge for water?
The 21.
It wasn't quite wide.
That's in fees and charges.
It's under the ratings. It sits under the rating plus financials. And so by the time we come to adopt this, or we have clarity on whether the amount, because when we discussed it, it was too high. Come down. So it depends on what comes out of this. Yeah, okay.
There's a big opportunity that the Administrator to influence that and follow up on it. We'll put that to a vote. All in favour say aye. Those opposed to abstentions, that is carried. I will now move numbers 11 through to 19. 11 through to 19 is a single note and that no changes will be made. Sorry, 11 through to 17. 11 through to 17, so pages 85, 11 financial through to 17 planning and policy. I've moved it as a single. If I could get a seconder, Councillor Pliskovic. Same again. Voting, and always good to read feedback from people across the panel about what they like and dislike, their suggestions and room for improvement, and also just some feedback that you kind of just look at and take it on the chin. Councillor Pliskovic.
No, but I just about some of the commentary, I don't think that helpful. Probably not at times to discuss this, but it's about the use of vehicles. I don't feel any kind of way. But that is something I hear regularly. People say, I see people using council vehicles on the weekends and doing this and that. And I mean, it could be in their contracts and things like that, but it just seems a little bit petty to me anyhow. But it's probably not so to the ratepayer, so it would be good to share with us kind of what some of those rules are around the vehicle use and things like that. So we'll go answer those types of questions, if we can go back with the right info and say, hey, actually, no, the kind of quality was really was not helpful and not conducive.
Through the commentary of people, so we've got that sort of beginning back to 11, financial, Farmers Holdings Limited, general comments, governance, long-term plan, and our consultations are feeling operational and planning policies.
So I just wanted to acknowledge those that submitted on climate change and how important it is to them. And I have put in my member report next week that there's a significant budget decrease for the work program around climate adaptation and resilience planning. So works that we've been waiting for at least. Engagement, and I think we started some in Kororareka, but we haven't been able to finish that. So there's going to be more delay because this is what happens when you have to, you can't strike a 16.5% rates increase. Work gets cut and programs slow down. So I just want to acknowledge the staff that getting ready for that, but it's been reduced. And we had a submission from somebody on Far North Holdings and wanting us to reduce staff numbers there, and I'm a bit perplexed by that because they have hardly any staff and they get way, so much stuff done. And their call for transparency is happening. So yeah, I just wanted to publicly acknowledge that there's a governance review happening of Far North Holdings Limited and things have been transparency. Kia ora.
If you to vote, all those in favour say aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. We'll now go to items 2.18.
Can I at 218, they removed. So we have a standing resolution of council that we proceed through the fast track completing process and that it come back to council at that time. Because we don't know whether it will be approved, and if it is approved, we don't know what the consent conditions might look like, and they might be significantly expensive. So
come back to us.
I want it to come back to council. I'm unhappy with approved work to commence if the result consent is granted.
I'm happy to second that and remove 2.18C.
Yeah.
And the standing resolution will ensure that it does come back to us.
Yes.
Thank you.
Member would like to abstain from that vote, just conflicted.
Thank you. Can we note that? And Councillor Boyle will be abstaining. Councillor Court, would you like to speak to the resolution?
No, I think we can all appreciate we've been lobbied all of us from the community, both for and against. There's no easy answer here. But because we have that standing resolution of council and the I'm happy just to let it complete the resource consent and then come back to council for a decision at that point.
Thank you. Councillor McNally.
Just in the commentary received, page 89, there's some good points raised there in the comments, and what they're talking about is cost overruns. Any cost overruns will sit with the ratepayer. So when it comes back to council, not only do we need to have a look at what's going on, but the costs at that point, we may not be able to afford it.
Isn't this the subject of our hearings
Yes.
in the next week or so? Rangitani?
Yes.
It doesn't, that's,
Doesn't matter?
we've still got to do the budget. The other thing is, it says in the comments there, a full set of comments relating to this will be distributed prior to this workshop. Page 89, under 18, maritime facilities. It's been circulated, I've missed it, my apologies.
Staff commentary.
What it says on the page.
I think we just missed that should have just been struck out. All right, put it to a vote. All in favour, say
Sorry. I just want to add to what I will probably vote against this, but I just wanted to add that I too had asked questions, and the goima was even done by residents, and I still haven't had all that full response. So I'm not looking for not just what the projected costs are, how much has been spent already, and in each of the last 3 years. Yeah.
Sorry, Councillor Court, did you want to reply?
I'm just very comfortable that the resource consent hearing is the appropriate place for all the matters to be canvassed, and I would expect the resource consent to come back to council, the final decision on all the budgetary implications, so we can have an informed decision.
Thank you. All right, put it to a vote. All in favour, say aye. Those opposed?
Against.
Staying.
We've voted Deputy Administrator and Councillor Hadachik has been against, and Councillor Haukiata Harawira and Councillor Poi is abstentions. All right, we'll go to the next one. 6.2, 2.19, which is on page 89. 155 comments received on our rates, which is a surprise. I thought it would be the full 500, but I will move that we note the submissions on rates and that we will be making no changes, although ultimately there will be positive changes to our rates strike following this if we get there. I can get a second there.
Yep.
Thank you, Deputy Administrator. I have no commentary here. We'll put it to the vote. All in favour, say aye. Those opposed, or abstentions, it is carried. The next one is on roading, 6.2. I'll just get that up because we are going to be taking out that approved no change, but keeping in, just noting there, the change is that we reinstate the $2 million to unsubsidised ceiling for each year to the long-term plan. What I will expect will happen if this should go through is, and so I will move it, sorry, so I can just talk to it now. Please. Thank you, Councillor McNally. Yeah. Well, what I expect is that by having this budget available, what we do from our people's work here is that there is significant need for sealing across the district, or that we still have marae and kohanga that do not have sealed sections outside of them throughout the district, and this will allow us a pot. Now, I have concerns that our dust matrix is not fit for purpose to be used for what this budget should be allocated across. So I expect us to put it on as a workshop on how we use this budget through our Te Koukou Transport Committee. And I've had a conversation already with Steve and Structure that although we're reinstating the budget, we're not reinstating the process that staff followed for how they use that budget. And that will come back to the drawing board for us to decide. So,
Yes, I'm actually against this. And I'll tell you why. Do you want to break for lunch? This will take a while.
no waiting.
So the 2 million unsubsidised seal extension, there's a figure in there somewhere that says it costs 450,000 per kilometre to do this. At that rate per kilometre, that's 4.4 kilometres per year. In there's also a figure of interest cost on 2 million, which is borrowed, it's 85,000. So that OPEX, let's talk about what's the impact on next year's rates. So the interest, 85,000. If we give the road a 25-year life, 4%, that's 80,000 annually. If we work on repairs and maintenance after 10 years at 5%, that's another 100,000. So next year, $265,000 will be the rate impact. And that's annually. I'm not sure how long this has been, this unsubsidised seal's been running, but let's allow for 10 years. And if we don't allow for any cost increase, so CPI adjustment, or compounding the effect of inflation, or the compounding effect of increased costs of roading, just 265,000 over 2 years means the impact that after year 10 on the rates the following years is 2.65 million. That's a 3%, just over 3% rate rise. And that's for getting 44 kilometres of road sealed. That is massive. If we use the subsidy, if we use the 2 million against the subsidy, it means we can do 6,896,6.86, hang on, just under 7 million of work annually, 15.3 kilometres per year. That's 3.5 times the amount based on that 2 million. So if we just look at OPEX, if we just did a simple add 4% CPI over the period, that was the compounding effect, year 1, 265, compound that and add another 265 year 2, it goes to 540. After 10 years, it's 3.2 million, 3181 actually. So that's at 800,000 for rate rise, it's 4%. This is the cost, and this compounds, it never stops. If you add 30% to each of the costs, 265 would instantly go to, how's your maths, about 320, and so on. The following year it would be another 400 and something. The cost of doing this is massive, and the impact on the rates is unsustainable. You can't keep doing this. The other thing, I can't see how when a road is in place outside a covenant or a mariah of any multiple houses, how it costs $70,000 to upgrade it, to seal it. It's already there, the foundation's there. We should be doing it a different way. I think this is nuts, and I'm against it, which is why I pulled it going way back.
Thank you, Councillor McNally. I've got Deputy Mayor Stratford, then Councillor Rakina, then Councillor Radich, then Councillor Halkiat Harawira, then Councillor Vucic.
Step out. Give others the chance.
Councillor Rakina.
Just wanted to clarify with the dust matrix, if we go to workshop on, well, we'll workshop it, but we're not absolutely scrapping it now?
No. This is, all we're voting on is to reinstate our budget. Unsubsidised selling, that's all we're voting on today. And following this decision, we're not going to have a workshop where we don't have a budget to even do anything with it. So this is just to vote on the budget, and then the follow-up will be through. Okay. Councillor Radich.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Morkel. I just listened to Steve. Steve subsidises from the government, and we rely on the government in regard to subsidising, especially our council roads. Unsubsidised, well, that's from council, from the ratepayer. But I can tell you right now, they'll all be happy with that, because we'll be seeing sealing some roads that need sealing and get the right roads to be sealed. I got lost with what you were talking about, Steve. Yeah. Yeah. Unbelievable.
It's just the numbers, Maddie.
Sorry, I was talking. I don't even know where we are.
Yeah. We'll do the vote.
Councillor Hakuda.
Oh, kia ora tātou. I just think we should set a principle that all school children can go to school on their school bus and come home again. And I think that's why we've got a CEO and staff. They've got to worry about what the rates implications are. But, you know, for me, like, I don't care that no one gives a stuff about marae and kohanga reo. Well, I do care about kohanga reo. But that should be a basic principle that all our children are safe to get, like I'm talking about Pangaru, Tawaringa, who will last until the next rain, Whangapi is missing, and there's others, and Rāwhiti came to us in 2022. So I think it's incumbent on, Steve, I look to you and Anne to lead us in the whole roading thing. But that's all I really want to say. I'll leave the problems with the rating to the CEO. I don't really want to think about that. I want to just know that our kids are going to be safe getting to school and back.
Thank you. Councillor Vucic.
Yeah, I actually was one that voted against it. And the reason I voted against it at the time is as Steve pointed out, and I still agree, is that that's unbudgeted. And if you look at it, there's nearly $7 million that we can actually spend somewhere else. It's not to say that we can't deal with it, but we can deal with our roads and get 71% of the share by being smart and how to do that approach. I don't really want to go into that detail now, but certainly I know it has to be done. I think else will do it. And therefore we can get a lot more done, and we can deal with these roads and put them in fit condition. It'll also reduce the dust and so on. And significantly say on the cost, which is compounding. So like before, I can't agree with just $2 million unsubsidised, which I think is a bit of a luxury we can't afford at the moment.
Thank you, Councillor Foley. Then Councillor Court and Deputy Restricted.
On this motion here for B, it talks about the $2 million specifically for sealing. The issue that I have with our long-term plan timing and the timing of the GPS and the timing of the approval of budgets is that those are out of alignment. And we are making decisions in this long-term plan without even hearing from our NTA staff today, which I would like to ask a question to them about this as well.
We have someone online now. With Jet Devine online, if you'd like to ask us a question.
Yes, and so I would like to ask a question. And so in terms, so should I get Jed? Devine?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I'm here.
Hi, thanks for.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, what's your point of order? Sorry, Councillor Radic, you'll need to unmute.
Okay.
Get it.
Your question, please, Councillor Floyd.
Jeff, with the $2 million that's proposed for seal in this current motion, previously we talked about the opportunity for, instead of sealing, to do road rehabs, which you get 5 times as much work done. But we've also applied under our bid for central government for a lot of work as well to do with drainage and road rehabs already. What I don't understand is how successful or not we will be and how much money is already budgeted for fixing the existing roads with the slips, etc. So for me, it's a timing aspect, and I would love for us to spend subsidised money, but I don't have experience in this area about what we think we will get or not.
through you, Your Worship, the funding that's shown in the CapEx paper as part of this agenda is what we have applied to NZTA for subsidy funding. So, and that funding we expect to receive the majority, if not all, of the funding request. NZTA are actually writing to the Mayor and the CEO today to advise them of an interim level of funding for the LTP period. But this level of funding that's in the CapEx report for our capital and mostly renewal projects, we expect to get funding. That does not cover this additional funding for seal extensions. And indications we have is that seal extension projects are most unlikely to be funded in the next period because NZTA do not have the level of funding to fund capital improvement works.
Thank you, Jeff. So I can't to the current motion. So based on that response and based on the current wording, this motion is specifically for unsubsidised sealing. Because we don't know exactly how much money we're going to get, it's a best guess, and I don't know what's in that letter from NZTA. But what I do know from our asset managers is a large catch-up that we require for drainage, for road rehabs, building up roads, and where roads like the Rururura that need to be rebuilt and allow it to be safe for our tamariki to get to and from school. I was wanting to move an amendment. Instead of saying approve the reinstatement of $2 million subsidised ceiling for each year, that we approve the reinstatement of $2 million unsubsidised funding. And that would leave it open for the roading department to give us further direction about where best to spend that money. In terms of the sealing itself, when sealing is done, they clean out the water table drains on each side and then build up the road, and then they seal it as the final coat. And you'll see as well in the capital project there's a separate budget line for second coats for seal. So they come back at a later time and do the second coats for seal. So what I'm highlighting here is that we can seal it at a later time, but our roads are in such a state with their drainage, with the actual metalling and base course of the roads, that our metal roads need to be fixed first before we seal them. And we can do 5 times as much work on our road, or 5 different roads, if we were to look at a different methodology. So I'm not saying that we don't need to do seal, that may be the end result, but by changing that word or taking out that word sealing and change it to unsubsidised funding for each year, that will leave it at the discretion of council to decide based on when we know what we're getting from central government and we know what we can be advised from the NTA at that time, and when we catch up with our slips and emergency works as well. And that would also allow it to be elected members' discretion as to which roads, what we do, and drainage, base course or sealing.
The amendment has been given. Can I just get clarity if we need to put the capital in there?
Yeah, it is kept.
Councillor Court is seconding one. Councillor Court, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Was actually going to be in support of retaining the unsubsidised schooling funding. I think this captures my concern nicely. Roads mean different things to different people, and if you are a community that is living right on the edge of a gravel road, or just is killing you, to get something done is really important to protect their health. And I've defended the dust matrix so many times in this chamber. I want to come back to the dust matrix was developed for one reason and one reason only, to protect the health of the residents on the gravel road. It was never meant to be a tool to determine road sealing blanket across the district. And I think when we sit here and we say that it's unfit, I'm going to challenge that. It's not, in fact, I think it's a perfect rule. What it was set up to do, governments were asking it to do more than that. And it disturbs me greatly that we sit and we hear numbers thrown at us and saying protecting human health is not important in the grand scheme of things. We're going to pay 2% to the rates or 4% to the rates at the end of the period. I think we need to separate road maintenance. We need to separate drainage and renewals, and we need to separate seals where we are doing them purely for the purposes of protecting human health. And that's not kilometres of road. So short stretches outside schools, and we're right, you can get an awful lot of bang for your buck for $2 million to protect areas where large numbers of our population congregate for extended periods of time. So I welcome the workshop, and I think that the amended wording gives me some comfort that we will have an intelligent conversation around how to apply this in the future.
Right, Councillor McNally, then Deputy Mayor Stratford.
It's going to be numbers for you again, Councillor Court. I'd like to know if we're going to deal with the health only as a separate issue, then what is the government funding assistance for that particular measure? I'm not against sealing them, but so here's the legacy numbers. I've added in a 30% cost increase, which is about the local government measure at the moment for roading, roughly 30%. If you do that over the 10 years, the legacy you will leave, compounded with the cost increase and 30% and 4% CPI, is $13,760 annual rates requirement, which is back to our 6.5% rate rise required, without anything else. That's the legacy. So if you're comfortable with that, that's great. I'm not. I'm not against sealing to improve conditions outside particular spots. That's how we do it.
Deputy Mayor Stratford.
I was just trying to find the original motion for how we got unsubsidised road sealing budget.
We moved the original one before I got on council.
Years ago. She did. Yes, she moved for unsubsidised seal funding. I think it was $1 million, and then she did a notice of motion to increase it to $2 million. And I'm concerned that this amendment could be, not used on road sealing. That's what the intent of the original resolution was, in response to the number of in-person presentations we had from submitters, but also in writing. Their, call out for something that we really should have consulted, like put in the consultation document, because it's quite significant, $2 million a year being lost from the budget. It was there since 2019, and then we just sneakily took it out. So I'm not sure I can support the amendment because the intent was for it to be used for road sealing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Research.
Just quickly, if you can just, we're going to make a statement, if you can just respond to see if it's correct, please. I don't support this. The number one concern that ratepayers had was rates rising, and to say we have, to miss out on the 71% offered to us would be not wise. So yeah, as I understand, if we did seal something or do something, we
Speak to the amendment, please.
this is about the amendment, is it?
So we're talking about seal.
$2 million. Oh, well, $2 million unsubsidised, Jeff. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. $2 million subsidised. Does that mean if the road is then going to be maintained, we may miss out on subsidy as well? So that's one question. And the second question was, given how much you've got in the budget or gone out to increase the improving our roads, because that's the main issue we seem to be facing, how big is that work program? Because what I understand it is quite a significant increase in what we had before.
Through you, Your Worship, in response to those questions. So NZTA's current policy is if we do unsubsidised seal extensions, then council is required to fund the second coat reseal as an unsubsidised activity as well. But once that is completed, then NZTA will accept the ongoing maintenance of that road and future renewals as a subsidised activity. That's the same as developers who build a new road invested in council as part of a subdivision. So it's the same process that council requires our developers to do. NZTA requires council to do. The second question is that the program of works, again, that's shown in the capital funding report, part of this agenda, has allowed for an increase in program on the matters raised by council previously in workshops. It includes an increase in drainage, includes an increase in unsealed road metalling, and I believe it includes an increase in our sealed pavement maintenance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Boy, right of reply.
So on page 91, but also on page 92 of the agenda, it includes 90 as well about roading. The matters raised about roading actually have been put into stormwater drainage as well in the way that the submissions were collated. The reason that I'm wanting to ensure that there's a capital budget for adding in capital funding that's unsubsidised is because the key thing that people see for their rates is roads. A lot of people live on a property and all they get for their rates that they see at their front gate is a road. They don't have the amenities of an urban centre that a lot of metropolitan councils have. And the must-haves that we have for our council, the key number one is always roads. And even though it's unsubsidised, people want that opportunity, but also because we don't have that information from NZTA that confirms that, this wording of this motion allows that flexibility with council to do those things that we may win or may not win from central government. We may not spend it on sealing, we may spend it on drainage, or we may spend it on the base course to improve things to allow for future sealing. Remember that there's 3 years in this long-term plan. The $2 million is per year. We may choose to fix the roads in year one, seal the road in year two. I don't know what we're going to do in year three, but the flexibility from the wording of this motion allows for all three. We may choose to always do sealing in year 1 to the reason I've moved this is to allow that flexibility for both elected members, for the asset managers of the NTA, and also for the timeframes to allow for the funding horizons, so that we have those options and ability to move forward upon the best advice when we do have the facts.
Thank you. All those in favour say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed. Councillor McNally, Councillor Vucic, Deputy Mayor Stratford, Councillor Pleskovic against.
Against.
I think there's too many against now.
Back to the.
No, sorry, I was in favour of it, so is that 6-5? The amendment is carried.
Just to make sure.
I hear all of everything you're saying, but I'm going to keep that 2 mil under my own.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Point of order, Mr. Mayor.
Raise your point of order. Raise your point of order.
Can that be put on the screen? I didn't even see what the amendment was.
Yeah,
What's
sorry.
on the screen?
A better motion.
Can you just
We can have the amendment on the screen, please, or is that the one that I'm facing now?
just get rid of it, we'll do it all again. By division. We are voting on an amendment moved by councillor Foy and seconded by councillor Court, that council note the submissions to the long-term plan on roading, and that we approve the reinstatement of $2 million to unsubsidised capital funding each year of the long-term plan 24-27. That's what we're voting on. We'll do a vote by division. Get the vote box up, please. I'm in favour. Deputy Mayor Stratford.
Against.
Councillor Court.
In favour.
Councillor Foy.
Favour.
Councillor Haukia Karawida.
Favour.
Councillor Kappa.
I'm against.
Councillor Kiskovich.
I'm against.
Councillor McNally.
Against.
Councillor Radich.
In favour.
Councillor Rakina.
Aye.
Councillor Vucic.
Against.
The motion is carried. It will now form a substantive motion that I will move by Councillor Court, and we'll put that to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Or abstentions? And that is carried. I take on board everyone's feedback on that one, and we're going to follow it very closely through our Te Koukou. I'll now be moving.
Can I just say this now, Moko?
Yes.
That, this decision just made now is a disaster. And I have no hesitation in saying this. How am I going to go back to the ratepayer now and say, well, there's no money for sealing? You're paying your rates for nothing.
No, we just voted in favour of money for sealing, Councillor Radich.
Oh, we have, mate. Okay, fair enough.
Thank you. I'm now going to move a group from 21, which is solid waste on page 91 of your agendas, all the way through to 27, which is comments. There is 21 comments on solid waste, 22 stakeholder relationships, 23 stormwater drainage protection, 24 town maintenance, 25 water supply, 26 wastewater, and 27 non-council related comments. The motion will be that we note all of the submissions across those themes and that no changes will be made. Second of the Thank you, Councillor Akina. Same as all of the other group ones that I've done. I've moved them as a group not because I'm dismissive of what the commentary has come through from the people of the but that we are not making any substantive changes to the long-term plan, but that there are learnings for we get and the feedback we get back from Far Northerners that I intend our organisation to take on board. But moving it as a group just makes it easier to chair and to move along with the long-term plan deliberation meeting. Councillor Rakina. Right, Councillor Boyd.
Two aspects. Number one, on page 92, stormwater drainage flood protection. Under the comments, it talks about the Kairaya drainage schemes, and that specifically relates to the land drainage schemes. And that was brought up with our infrastructure strategy for infrastructure and about the urban stormwater having to go through land drainage schemes before it gets to the river. And there's no public good aspect towards the provision of that cost. And our staff did agree that that was an issue and it had to be addressed, but I don't think it's been addressed under this long-term plan in terms of the percentages of payment, the targeted rates and the public good aspect. I just wanted to clarify that with staff because that does affect rates and it affects as well, it specifically affects targeted rates for the land drainage schemes, and it also affects the public good aspect because if those drains aren't maintained, the whole of the urban sediments of all of Kairaya and all of Awanui flood.
Chief Executive Howard, if you could answer those questions.
Those specific ask Councillor Foy, but we will ask structure.
Through you, Member, we would need to have a look at exactly where, so Councillor Foy makes a good point. we will need to identify how much of our urban stormwater does go through the land drainage areas to then apportion the charges fairly. But it won't be ready, or it won't be ready in the next 3 weeks.
So I'm happy to not move an amendment for that, but I do want a timeline for that because historically it's not been addressed and it's not fair financially through that target rate because all the other people that aren't, no one else pays apart from those people that have those drains. So really the public good aspect is being paid for from the land owners. And it's just only in Turkey. This only affects Turkey. So if that's okay, we can have a timeline and I'll go to that. I think that's reasonable. That was the main one there that I wanted to ask about. And the second one is about wastewater. Number 26, the last item on the table is land purchase or agreement for Kaitaia budget in terms of the land that we own for the ponds. The other townships in the long-term plan do have funds for land purchase. I'm not sure if that's through the Public Works Act or using another mechanism, but Kaitaia is doing its current resource consent for wastewater renewal. And Kaitaia also gets a lot of funds from other areas. So this matter here hasn't been addressed that I've seen in a budget line, year 1, 2 or 3 of the long-term plan. And I see that there's a risk not only for Kaitaia's consent renewal, but also because Kaitaia has the largest river catchment in the being the Awanui River that is directly next to the wastewater ponds. And further to that, just below the wastewater ponds is Tangone Swamp. And Tangone is a big, huge retention area for the whole Kaitaia settlement. And without council owning enough land, the sewage ponds get all the stormwater on it, overflow into other people's land and then overflow into the river right next door. So if staff can please respond about that because I'm not sure why we haven't addressed this historically and there are provisions under the Public Works Act to address this if it needs to be.
Just a reminder that when we put our capital works program together, it was projects that were already in flight. So yes, we do have a consent coming up, but it wasn't the point where we should ensure that we had the right amount of money or any money. So if we need to make an amendment, we will come back, unlikely, and it is more likely to be in year 4.
As long as I can have a response and a time frame for that. I don't need to move an amendment now because we're in a 3-year long-term plan, but I did want to bring that up based on the submission as a risk pool cut.
Thank you, Councillor Peskovich.
When I would like to raise is water supply. Number 25, the comments regarding the LGP not providing for the purchasing of 200 shares in the Mid-North Water Scheme and all targeted water supply.
That's a separate, we will be voting for that and item 6.2, 3.1B, the lunch, if we can get the lunch. Councillor McNally?
Yes, I think the wastewater is in this bundle for approval, is it?
Yes.
And I just noticed under the comments, well, it doesn't appear. I'd just like to make sure that Taipa wastewater is actually included in what we're voting.
What we're currently voting on is just the feedback that we received from the consultation, not the actual going in that delivery.
Okay.
Recorded. All right, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions, that is carried. I will now give us. If you could just wait for us to pause for lunch, we will go to lunch until 2. If we could pause the live stream and happy to take your query there, Councillor Radich. Now, go on. Are you there, Councillor Radich?
Yeah, I'm there, Mayor Moko. Just a little point back, just to in regard to the Karai drains.
go to item 6.2, 3.1A. And I'll move that council approve the activity name change from governance administration to corporate services. We can do the division restricted. This was just raised in the operations workshop. Actually, quite a few better canvas the group there. The budget lines for this are actually allocated to, and I agree that we got thinking that we spend way too much money, but it's actually across operations and a larger group than just some governments. Any commentary really get me extracted.
Yes. There's quite a few comments in the submissions about how much is spent on governance. It's not spent on us. And I think we need in the updated LTP, it'll be very clear that it's spent on other stuff.
Put that to the vote, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
No further opposed or abstention. That's carried.
Opposed?
Opposed by Councillor whatever it's not to. The next item 6.2, 3.1B is that council approves the special consultative process for additional resource consent for the 2020. Yeah, I will move. We talked about this in our workshop as well. Councillor McNally, commentary.
Carry on.
Put that to a vote, all in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed to abstentions. It's carried. 3.1C, that we delegate authority to our CEO for grammar and formatting amendments to our long-term plan. I'll move to the councillor McNally, all in favour say aye.
Aye.
Opposed to abstentions, that's carried. Item 6.2, 3.1B, the council approves the provision being made for the long-term plan for the acquisition of 200 shares of the Hotawere Reservoir.
Aye.
Moved by Councillor Kliskovich, seconded by Councillor Falk. Councillor Kliskovich. Councillor Court.
What's not to like?
Thank you. We'll put this. Councillor Kappa.
From the 200 shares, what's the total shares? Budget services. What is the total?
So Councillor Kappa was asking,
What's the total shareholding?
how much percent will we own? Yes.
Oh, that's a good question. Charlie, can you answer this?
The total number of shares is due to change. We've discussed issues regarding control under the number of shares that are currently on issue and the number of shares which we are subscribing to, which will change the relationship between the shareholders, and that will change. So the commercial negotiations that the CD will undertake will be able to answer that with clarity. You're looking at.
Sorry, Charlie, can I just ask you standard usual response just to help?
We will be working through that as a part of the commercial negotiations and making sure that the assets reflect the contribution that are being made.
Maybe just to add that, some clarification on issue. Economically, we are the majority shareholder, and a part of the process there is to enable the trust to then go out and issue an information memorandum and market with the shares. So technically, we're not the majority shareholder because the trust does have unissued share capital in the trust.
Right of reply. Right of reply.
It's just the CEO, I recall us receiving an email and we were negotiating the cost of the shares down from X amount to some other amount. Can you please provide some clarity regarding that?
Yes, through you, go ahead. The original proposal was for us to take shares. Sorry?
We're in public. I don't think that the dollar value should be mentioned.
For cost sensitivities.
Okay.
Yeah.
With the trust having to go out to negotiate costings for shares with No, I agree. Can we take that question offline, Councillor Lynch? We'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? The motion is carried. Item 6.23.1E, that council approves further savings of $8.5 million identified through various budget streams for the 2024-25 year following public feedback during the consultation period. And also that council requests the CEO to identify opportunities for further reductions in 26-27. And can you please put in, add to that, and I'll be moving this, sorry, and that these are workshopped extensively with members.
Missing the 25,
26, 27.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor McNally. What we'll be looking for within our workshops from our catch-up this morning, Chief Executive Holroyd, will be our specifically so, and there will be more to this, but when we look at our assets register, we own something like 137 public buildings that we have to pay insurances for, that we rate for depreciation. We would like, just like we got for our service centres, extensive lists of that assets register. We care all of those things so that we can help to identify what is surplus to requirements or cost savings across those groups as well, among other things. So that's what that, which will sit on our open resolutions register and can be followed. Any further comment? Sorry, Councillor McNally.
No, I'll just like what it says. Thank you.
Councillor Ford.
I think I just wanted to raise the matter of operational costs for staff accommodation. It's been raised previously and it's on the back page of this handout about the John Butler Service Centre and lease renewal dates. And that would create operational savings if we're able to look at those aspects within those time frames. I know this has already been highlighted from the movements and we've had papers on it. However, there's only been movement. So and the other date in 2027 is coming soon. So in terms of savings for buildings that we own and also buildings that are commercial owners, we're looking at significant opportunities there because while we're paying leases to other people, we own so many buildings. And we could capitalise that cost to invest in our own buildings that we own over a longer term and spread that cost so that the ratepayers pay more. So I just wanted to raise that in terms of savings opportunities as well. And I've also already identified the halls and also obviously already identified housing for the elderly with significant savings for our district in the divestment there.
We'll put it to the vote. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstentions? It is carried, and thank you again to our staff for finding these significant savings, which will bring down our average rates increases across the district. Item 6.23.1F. The council approve an additional $700,000 in total to opt into the future severely affected land postal program. If I could get a mover to this, please. Deputy Administrator, a seconder. I'll second. Deputy Administrator.
Oh, I'd like to invite staff to speak to this.
Yes, please.
Right, Chair.
Yes.
Through the chair, is going to lead this.
Kevin Tato, my rights to station. So I'll take it that the issues and options paper is read, the covering paper was read, and you've seen the pros and cons list from this morning. So can I take any questions perhaps?
Yeah, Yeah,
So I'll just go back to council.
I'll reserve my right.
Thank you, councillor Lucid.
Yeah, just some questions. When I look at the pros and cons here, thank you for putting that forward. If we do opt out, we can't opt out, there will be quite a bit of risk. Council must pay an equal portion of the cost of buyouts for government. Large individual outlay and then not an enterprise piece of cost. It means there's more risk, including we can't opt out once we opt in. So the question I've got is so it talks about moving, doing a staged exit of a potential area. And then there's some risks like this which I'm missing, which mention that as well. Yeah, unplanned retreat mode causing, that was one of the things. But what I'm saying is surely we should know all of that before we do anything. We should have a fair idea of what the risk. We did something recently with Kyo, and we raised the properties rather than move them out. It's quite expensive. So what I'm concerned about is if we get into something here and we start moving people before they need to be moved, and I know that costs go up over time, but the effect is not that known. Like there is predicted great storm events and so on. There's several other options. I'm trying to get to the point. Several other options that we can do, like detention dams, to preserve that area, saving significant costs, like in White Pepper floodplain, rather than actually trying to move people. I'm not saying that's one that would be better. So is that all being considered in the whole mix here? And do we set a trigger point, whatever we do, to identify that trigger before we actually start doing action? Because we might have jumped into something thinking this is absolutely crucial, only to find there's a better solution, or at the fact that there's no risk.
Absolutely, you're very right. So if we undertook the postal program, there'd be a methodology written, and then we would go out and start looking at properties, start looking at our modelling, and also pull NRC in with that. So the categorisation itself is category 3, which means there's an intolerable risk to human life, and in that case, that's when we'd start looking at, let's call it what it is, managed retreat. There's 2 other categories, 2P, which is a property level intervention, which is, like you said, higher, the house is raised. For 2P category, generally that cost is carried by the owner. The council would have an option to come in if they wanted to. And then we have 2C, which is a community level intervention, which is, as you say, looking at things like stop banks, whole range of things. So there's like nature-based solutions and things like that. So we don't really commit ourselves to anything until we know what we've got. And unfortunately, we don't really know what we've got. What I can tell you is that there were 4,000 insurance claims in Northland. That's not just Far North, that's the whole of Northland. And then you have people who haven't reported to council because they don't know they had to, people who don't want to report to council, people who've gone through insurance, and other people who will have just fixed their homes and not thought twice about it. So we don't really know. Anecdotally, we think there's 2 properties that might be category 3, but without doing the research, we don't know. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it does. Yeah. I don't understand council liability well. So it's a fairly complex, no easy solution.
Very much.
Councillor Pearce.
Thank you. Some concerns about this that I sent an email through, and I think it's your answer that I got.
Yes.
So I had concerns that the minister did not agree to an extension of time. This decision had to be made by April. That deadline has passed. That doesn't seem to have been answered for me, other than the cyclone recovery unit has not been officially closed, and the other Northland councils are looking into this. So I'm not sure what that actually means.
You might want to comment on that.
Okay, yeah, no problem. So yes, we received a letter from the Minister and notice just did say tell us by the end of April. What happened was councils got together and they decided that we would ask for an extension, and that was declined by the Minister. So we're in this limbo state at the moment where entry into postal hasn't closed. Okay, so we could. When that will close, I don't know. So the Minister may say tomorrow, that's it, it's all over.
So we asked for an extension of time and the Minister declined it.
For October, correct.
Okay. Then your report talks about potentially ring-fencing this to the North Island weather event.
Yes.
Because Masterton District Council has done this to avoid precedent. And then you talk about in your report that there would only be two possible identified in the whole of the district. So $700,000 for two possibles, which if we ring-fence it to the North Island weather event, seems like an awful lot of time and resource. So are you recommending that we don't ring-fence it to the North Island weather event, but we keep it open-ended?
No, I would be recommending that we completely ring-fence it to the North Island weather event anyway. So I've actually just come into session today, and that specifically says that it is limited to Niue. So the events that happened in 2023. And I know what you're saying when you say 700,000 is a lot of two houses. We don't know, and we haven't done a deep dive or a look at where this risk might be. So the benefit that would come out of it is if we do this now, okay, we have a really good idea about what's happening across our district and what an event might look like. That can feed back into civil defence, that can feed into our forward planning. It gives us something to pop in our back pocket. So come February, when potentially the next cyclone hits, we know where we are, we know what we're doing.
So it's more about planning for a civil defence response in the future rather than the funding lifeline that FOSL potentially puts forward to us. And I'll explain. Category 3, according to your answer to me, only occurs in situations where there is an unacceptable risk to human life and future events. That's not ring-fencing it to North Island weather event because we would know about those already. And a bit like my colleague, I'm really concerned that this is maybe a way for people to get out of paying their home insurance and by default expecting the ratepayers to pick up the cost of that. And I'm also concerned that this might be a way of letting the Crown get out of their obligations to fund managed retreat rather than the ratepayer. So you might just want to answer that because I'm just a bit concerned that if we want to do some mapping for civil defence, I would be all on board with that. I'm not sure this is the right avenue to go down to achieve that outcome. So I just want some clarity if you can.
No worries. It's probably about 4 questions here and I'll try and take them off if I miss one. Please tell me. Okay, so first of all, looking at the civil defence side of things, what we're talking about is managed retreats. So what we would be identifying is where people are in the most risk and if they are. So if there's an intolerable risk to life. And in that case, we would be, and remember this is a voluntary scheme as well, so people could actually say, well, no, thank you, but we actually can stay here. So you can't force someone to move. The second bit would be, so there's an inquiry going on at the moment down in Wellington, and what they're looking at is adaptation. The recommendations for that are coming out in September, and what we're hearing at the Ministry of the Environment that whatever falls out the end, and they're thinking legislation at this stage, will be modelled on what's happened with FOSL. So looking at the wins and losses with FOSL and designing a program out of that. They're not looking at something brand new. So potentially what could happen is that we find ourselves in this boat next year anyway, where government's saying that you must go out and map this land and what have you. Which other parts were there, sorry?
Well,
Oh, the insurance,
there's
yes.
insurance and whether or not to giving the government a get out of jail free card.
Yeah, so insurance is a really interesting one, and different councils have actually dealt with that in different ways. So Auckland Council, for example, if you are insured, then you have to pay 5% of your market value of your home. Insurance makes up the rest. And then the remaining amount, which is called the aggregate amount, is then split between whatever your agreement with the Crown is and the Crown. So what to mention there as well is there are different agreements. Different councils have different agreements. I've anecdotally heard of one particular area that has 70-30 funding from the Crown to council. So it's all about negotiation with the Cyclone Recovery Unit as well. Uninsured properties is a really interesting one because what Auckland has done is they've said if you're uninsured, then you have to pay 25% of the market value of your home, and then the difference is split, the aggregate amount is split between Crown and council. What the Masterson has done, they've said, what did they say? Sorry, I've only just read this contract in the last sort of hour.
Doing well.
Thank you.
Are you saying that because of the socio-demographic makeup of our district, it's likely we could strike a higher deal with the Cyclone?
Yes, it's all about negotiation with the Crown. What they've come out with is this program, and they've said, look, this is what we're saying we'll do, but then each council has gone in and negotiated their way of doing things. The other really important thing...
You have to opt into the program in the first instance.
Interestingly enough, I did just read in the contract as well. Now, Councillor Court, you mentioned something about, I think it was you, that if council was going to go bankrupt by paying out all these houses, what do we do? There's a clause in that particular contract that says that the Crown can cancel the agreement based on the receiver, which is the council, becoming insolvent or a risk of being insolvent. So that could be, again, another negotiation of how that looks.
One final question on monopolising. Is it any of the agreements, or is it possible that you could cap your liability to your ceiling headroom?
Yes, absolutely. In the contract I just read, there is a cap. It's $2.5 million.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you very much.
What I'm hearing is that there is opportunity in here, and there are also safeguards in here for us which help to minimise the risk elements that there are to opting into this program, but by opting in, it gives us options. The council options for people who are affected if we do this.
And the other thing if I could just point out as well is that we don't opt in, then Hapu and iwi cannot access this funding, and they have a direct funding source and that's not funding recovery.
Deputy Administrator Fred Wright of reply. Sorry, I'll go to Councillor Boyd.
Thank you. So just to clarify, I was just looking in here about the timing of the other councils making a decision. So we're one of four, and I'm not sure how regional council is affected or not by this. Have they opted into this?
So regional council doesn't opt in as such because it's the local, the district councils that have to make that decision. What I can tell you is that there was a workshop held yesterday with the NRC councillors. I have been privy to that paper, and what they were considering was how they can assist the districts if the districts opt in. What has happened across Motu is the regional councils have done the categorisation, which is quite interesting. So Greater Wellington, Dunedin, Masterton, Hawke's Bay Regional Council, Tairawhiti, of course, is a unitary, so they did their own.
So the Whanganui and Kaipara.
So I believe it was on Monday, it went into public excluded Kaipara. I haven't seen what the result is. Monday is waiting on us. They have a copy of our yeah. So we're working very closely together. We're trying to bring it together and make a decision, well, hopefully a decision that we can all work with, and then access that funding from the regional council to do that categorisation.
Sorry.
And I just had another question. You talked about private insurance and government buyout, but not EQC. So there's insurance relating to the property, and then EQC is the insurance that the insurance companies pay as a levy to the central government. How does this relate to the EQC insurance? Because the building is one aspect, but then the land itself and what happens to that land if there's an event, and how does EQC fall into that?
So what I understand is that if you are, it's kind of really nuanced. So if you're an uninsured property, then, hang on, that's not right. It comes out of that insurance part. So you, out of the insurance money includes the EQC, sorry, getting nervous now. EQC money, the contribution from, this is an Auckland, of course, the contribution from the landowner, and then the aggregate amount is up to market value. So I believe it's written in, but it depends. So what we would need to do is write a methodology about how we were going to deal with that. So I don't actually have the answer about how we would deal with it, because that would be our decision. Well, yours.
Yeah, I think my question was mainly because EQC is a central government entity, and I couldn't work out from the information here in terms of availability or not of that funding as well, based on examples. And I know that Auckland has had events, but then my other rationale is that our council is so far behind the metropolitan centres for our asset management, you know, let alone our stormwater, etc. Would we be better to spend our money, $200,000 on the Chandler's department and give them asset managers so that we know what our assets are so we can forward plan for growth to avoid these hazard events? Or would we be better to spend the money, you know, for Roger's department to forward plan with central government in acknowledgement of not having that asset data and not mitigating the hazards because we haven't done that work? Those are the two things that I'm debating in my head, and why I'm asking about opportunities for funding through EQC and looking at the risk we have from insurance, because when I've asked Charlie over here about our liability and when there'll be a big flood event, what type of insurance we have, from what I heard is we don't have insurance to cover things if we find.
So I guess if you were thinking about like whether we should go into infrastructure or whether we should go into like a managed retreat sort of area or a planning area, we've got to think about what we know. So what do we know? We don't really know anything, as the paper shows. We don't know where our at-risk places are. So if we went into a hard engineering solution, excuse me, would be like a 2C, like a community region, then they still these people that are category 3 and total risk to human life. Infrastructure is not going to solve that. Yeah.
Stopping
until they break, like this valley.
But that's because they didn't maintain them. Yeah, good point.
We don't know.
Is Stratford right off the flat?
Initially, there wasn't a deadline for fossil, so that's why we, have been rushed now. It's good to hear about that data collection, because one of the things that we weren't very good at post, in Cyclone Gabrielle and just after, is going around and doing assessments. We just didn't have the power to do that. So if we could collect, get that data today using what we've had from, the 2014 or whatever storm, cyclones back then, that'd be really helpful moving forward. But I do want to acknowledge that we have one property that is a potential who might not be FOSL, could be EQC, because they do the land unit ones, but they don't do the houses that are subject to now in the way of a river. So that's where FOSL would come in for the other property that I know of. And I also know of I know of two specific urupa that are now in the way of a river that we haven't even talked to them about this yet, whether they want to take this up because they don't know about it. And we're not forcing these people who might be affected either. It's their choice. It's not a decision made for them. So I acknowledge that this is a lot of information for everybody, and it's a big kaupapa, but I've been following along the FOSL information as it's been developed on the, they've been building the plane as they fly it, as we say, and we haven't had as many homes impacted as the Hawke's Bay and Auckland, so we haven't had to run at it with such passion as the other councils. But we do still have some people who they'll never be able to reinstate, they can't reinstate their home and live there. Well, the assessment might tell us otherwise, but I think we need to at least get on board and do the assessment, and the 700K wouldn't actually be expended unless something happens out of it. Is that right, Roger?
Well, sorry, so as I understand it, the money that's been put forward is to help develop the policy. So then what you talk about here is what we'd include in the policy. And then the other part of it was actually doing the assessment. So sending people out there to have a look around once we've got the policy. That's correct.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So the other thing to think about there as well is all councils are interested in FOSL, and there is a group of us that meet every 3 months, and we discuss what everyone's doing, what's working, what's not working. There's a lot of sharing going along. As the point today, I got a copy of the contract that Rusted in signed with the Crown. There could be some real savings, but if we had to do it all alone, that would potentially be quite expensive. There's also the point of bringing in NRC, and hopefully the council has decided yesterday to do the assessments. So, yeah.
Okay, I'm urging everyone to get on the waka.
We'll put that, the right of reply, we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye. Those opposed? Councillor Court abstentions. The motion is carried. Now move to item 6.2, 3.1G. Council requests a special dividend of $5 million. Sorry, is that every 5 or 4? But if it's special dividend, which is not on top of that, so like 5 months, 6 or.
It's going to be 5 plus the indicated 5 in a revision of the regular dividend.
So the wording's fine, all right. The council requests a special dividend of $5 million from its council control organisation, Whanau Holdings Limited, to be received in 2025 year. And council delegate the chief executive the authority to organise the breakfast.
We got it. Oh, good.
Councillor Halkia, Harawira, seconder. Enthusiasm, I'm sure you want to second this recommendation. We can't make money, so we create a council controlled trading organisation to make money for us, to offset rates increases and to bring income in. Our Chief Executive Paul has an extensive banking and financial background that he has been putting to good use in the short time that he's had with our organisation. And this is one of the opportunities that we have to see pay off in this space, which will hugely alleviate the rates increase and the burden on our ratepayers for this upcoming financial year. So I'm in favour of this. Councillor Kia Harawira. Councillor Research.
Yeah, I did ask questions of Guy before and all been answered, so that's all great. I think it's great. And that's back to what Charles Holdings said. I'm confident about that point. It is a request from that. Anything else? That's fun. The question really is, what does this mean?
That's a good question. It comes down.
Do we have a running calculator?
Yes.
5.1%. 11.43% for year 2 and 7.2 for year 3.
So can you just
5.1, 11.43 and 7.2.
7.2?
2.
3.
Thank you. I had some questions. So at the last Audit, Finance and Risk Committee, I expressed my concern that we were measuring our increase in shareholder value of evaluations. And then I had my interview on Friday, which went for about 2.5 hours, with the chap who's doing the review of Farmers Holdings. And I'm not sure where that review is going to take us.
Can we share that at all?
Well, he hasn't written his findings yet, has he?
This wasn't in confidence, we're in public.
Yeah, I know we're in public, so I'm being very careful with my words. So I've had my interview and await with bated breath the findings to be reviewed. So right now we're asking Farmers Holdings to pay us on top of. I'm not sure where that's coming from. There's no clarity at all. Does that mean that we're selling strategic assets? I don't know yet. This is a conversation we should be having in public. We've asked Farmers Holdings to do certain things for us in the social housing space. Does this impact on that? I've got a whole bunch of questions going on there. There's no clarity around, but we can't have a conversation now. We're then asked to vote on requesting $5 billion of the balance sheet. And that just leaves, the whole thing leaves me wanting that I don't have the information I need to make the right decision. And Guy, you might be able to comment, but again, we're in public, so we have to be very careful about what we say.
Okay, I can make some comments, and really it's around the principles involved here. We can indicate in our letter of expectations that we'd like to see bigger dividends. We can ask Far North Holdings to change their focus, perhaps from a focus on retaining income to providing dividends. But whatever decision is made, we can request a dividend. It's down to the directors of Far North Holdings to perform their duties and make a decision on whether they can pay that. So it's not, the liability is not on councillors, and it's not on us to worry about the prudence of that dividend. Directors take care of that decision. Obviously, they have banking covenants, they have balance sheet considerations. They take all of that into account before they say to us, yes, actually, we can pay that.
So we can't rely on this at the moment to inform our funding statements because we don't know if it will materialise. Sorry, I've got a long one.
So, I'm confident Far North Holdings have the natural resources to pay a dividend, It doesn't entail selling strategic assets. It was one of your concerns. And I don't think it puts them at risk in any way of, for example, breaching banking covenants or financial ratios. But once again, the directors of Final Holdings have to make that final decision and be satisfied that they, maintain all of their discipline and duties as directors making that decision. Essentially, by requesting a dividend, we are signalling to them, we're asking them for a change in their approach, a change in direction. You've got to remember, Final Holdings, their approach has always been to retain income. So they've never really had a focus on, we need to make profits and pay them to council and benefit payers short term. They've always been on a focus on, we need to accrue shareholders' funds and grow the scale of our business.
I'll just close with saying that I think this might be premature and one that don't yet have findings of that review. We haven't deliberated on that in the committee and we haven't made a decision about what it is we really want Holdings to do. Do we want them to grow shareholder wealth? Do we want them to provide social services? Do we want them to return dividend? It's not clear to me. I'm just uncomfortable. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful good news. I understand that the chair of Final Holdings has signalled the proposed amount, and this hasn't come out of left field for them. We have had a workshop with them, told them, we're not happy with you accumulating all these assets and your own wealth. And we told them face to face, we want more money from Final Holdings to keep our rates down. So it's really encouraging that they're listening to us. And I think that this is going to make, I can't recall them ever doing a extraordinary dividend like this. So I think it'll be really encouraging for our residents and ratepayers to see this.
Well, I'm just noting in the ratepayers feedback on page 85, feedback reduced that's spurious, but increased transparency, governance review, request a larger dividend. Wise FNHL investing in housing for the elderly in relation to assist the council in managing its balance sheet and recycling capital.
And just further to that, because we're talking to Guy regularly, I know that he is playing his part in his role on our behalf, steering Final Holdings. We're the shareholder, on behalf of the residents and ratepayers, we're the shareholders, but it's his job to make sure that they are listening to our steer. And he's taken that role really seriously, and this is bits of that. And Charlie.
Councillor Boyd.
Wow, $5 million. Thank you, Guy. And thank you to your team. What a breath of fresh air you are to this organisation, honestly. Potential. Well, remember, all this here is governance. We have always had this opportunity to make this decision. We've just never actually used our powers and had a CEO with the business now to make it happen for us, and also our new finance staff. So earlier today I said that I have hope. This just reflects this further. In fact, this cements the fact that we're getting things done, being assertive in our governance role. And that's with Guy here as our CEO and our SLT, Charlie in particular, in terms of the finance aspect. So, yes, it is very much time to change that direction to Final Holdings. Yes, our ratepayers deserve this reduction in their rates because they are hurting. And this is the time that we should be asking our corporate arm to be able to leverage what they have built in capital to be able to reduce that rating burden. So thank you, Guy, and thank you to SCRT, and 100% I'll be supporting the current motion. And I look forward to the outcome of that review, because I think there's even more opportunities to be had.
Thank you. Just by way of the right of reply, Final Holdings are completing a number of projects that are going to bring a lot of money into Final Holdings, but they will only pay out what is in our statement of intent. So we do have to request the amount that they have shown, that have told us they will be able to meet. So I'm very excited to make this request so that it will be on top of the SOI. Otherwise, our SOI is only, I think, so it is a special dividend that we need a request of them that they've already said they can pay out. When we started our long-term plan workshopping, we were sitting at 33%. Then when we went out for consultation, we brought that number down to 16.5. Then at our pre-deliberations workshop, staff found another $8.5 million in savings and operational costs across the organisation, and we brought that number down to 8.5. And then with this special dividend and the ups and downs, minor ups and downs we've made from our decisions today, we're now sitting at around 5.1% for an average residential rates increase.
Say that word again, say that number again.
5.1%.
Yeah, I can live with that.
That is
good as I wanted it.
That's significant, and that will put us in. When the Taxpayers Union released their little graph that they love to do every year, that's a significant amount of work that has gone into this from our staff and our organisation, annual as well, to bring that number down. So I'm really happy today to see this special request go through to drop it down further. I was happy with 8.5 from that 33 number that we started with. And I think the people of the farm will be incredibly grateful to see these savings we've been able to make. So we'll put that to a vote. All those in favour say aye.
Just a point of clarity for the year 2, so we're voting on year 1 and 5.1%.
Sorry, this is just for the special dividend. So those actual numbers to adoption on the 26th of June. All those in favour of the special dividend say aye. Aye. Those opposed or abstention? Abstention from Councillor Falk. And that is carried. This year 2 number, just for clarity, was 11.43. So we do need a saving there.
We can on that one.
Before we close, I just heard Demi Stratford, who has requested to invoke standing orders.
No, I don't think I can. I need, is it 9 people to bring issue 2 back to the table, but I don't think I have got 9.
Do you want to put it?
And the extra information that I was waiting for is not here yet.
Oh,
Not here.
do it next week.
It's not a range.
It's not arranged. Can we have an adjournment? I know everybody wants to go, but I need somebody to see this information, which just 5 minutes.
5-minute adjournment. Please call the lunch.
Didn't say much today.
Thank you very much, everybody. Deputy Stratford asked for an adjournment to try and find her extra information to revoke a decision made at this meeting. That didn't come in time, so we have to follow that up. Please, Deputy Stratford. I would just like to acknowledge that you have all given the exciting thanks to former Mayor John Carter. At our last long-term plan deliberations, we had to vote twice to extend the time. We haven't had to vote at all today to extend the time. Thank you very much. I will close this off with karakia. Kia tau, kia tātou katoa, kia te whai o tō tātou ariki. Ko me te aroha o te atu me te whiwhinga tangi ki te wairua taku. Taki ake. Thank you.
What happened?
Find my extra information.